idea of democratic came from.
You can tell? You want to say?
You can say it.
Yeah. So when we been at Ahmadiyya Mosque and we came up to that story and we asked questions like, Imam, what do you think? How possible it is for Pharaoh to obeying the command of Joseph? And he said, well, maybe he was democratic. So he was really like liberal and, all-inclusive, everything goes.
Yeah, ancient Egypt.
Ancient
Pharaoh,
Egypt,
yeah.
sure, yeah. I said like, and we were like laughing out loud, right? He's smiling, looking at us, because what else can you say? In order to defend that narrative of the Quran, you have to be funny. You must be funny. You have to say something which is out of, out of reality.
Ancient tyrants were very reasonable and accommodating, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, is also his servants are stupid and crazy too, right?
Right, yeah.
Because servants said, okay, before he came back to Pharaoh, said he's not coming, he should have said, okay, so, Pharaoh, like Joseph, I'm sorry to asking you, like, I apologize, let me go back to my master, the raw incarnate, and I'll give you demand, I will pass to him your demand. So that story of like, it will really bring Muslim to the position, like, what are you going to do with the Quran? Where it came from? Well, I think I know. The answer is very simple. 7th century Arab, illiterate, that time, these people at that time were not like us. We educated. We can reason more. We have more knowledge and we live in different society. 21st century versus 7th century mindset, we win all the time. So probably for him it was good. Story fine. Everybody around like, wow, Muhammad is amazing story. Nobody said, excuse me, what's about democratic means in the terms of Pharaoh? Because nobody even came with this idea of democratic Pharaoh, right? So here's one of the examples I want to show. My goodness, it's already 30 minutes. So let me show you another example, but that's on the topic of...
You can do global tour after the break.
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah,
So
yeah.
should we
Just go to the next, the two Ishmaels. Yeah.
So let me show you another one.
Just as he's transitioning, so in your handouts, so democratic Pharaoh is on page 15. At the bottom of page 15, we've got a section on the two Ishmaels. And just so you know, Alex, I in the handout, I put in the full text of the Hadith and the Midrash for the two Ishmaels, or for the two wives section as well. So, you walk through what you want.
Yeah, I'll just...
And just so you know, also basically all the references that we're using are in the handout. So you don't need to try to scramble to get it. It's all there, but we do have sections in the handout for you to take notes. Yeah, and maybe just one more reflection point on what was shared is, as Alex was emphasizing, how is this relevant to this story? Is this detail, does it matter? Remember what we were saying last night. Details, not doctrine. We want to discuss details in the stories, not about doctrine or theology. The details are, if the details don't matter, that actually, for us, really matters. Because it doesn't actually really affect any theology or ethics or anything that would motivate the Jews to tamper with the text and corrupt the scriptures, that means there's no explanation why it would be changed from a supposed Quranic original version of the Torah that would have the democratic Pharaoh in it to the taking him quickly out of prison. Right?
Yeah, thank you. So now, as the Quran always presents alternative view of any story. So with the story of Joseph is completely different view. Now we have different Ishmaels. Normally what I hear from Muslims, and they said, oh, you know what, in the story of Ishmael and Abraham and Isaac, all we have difference is, your Bible said it was Isaac who was about to sacrifice by Abraham, but in the Quran, it doesn't say that, but it's implied, then it was Ishmael. That's all difference we have. Well, there's way more to it, okay? That's what I'm going to show you. So let's read from the Quran, from the Hadith. Abraham brought her and her son Ishmael while she was suckling him to a place near Kaaba under the tree of on the tree of the spot of Zamzam at the highest place in the mosque.
Sorry, just pause. So on page 16 in your handout, you can follow along. At the bottom of the page, the full text is printed out for you.
The hadith continues. So note here that Abraham brought her Hagar, so she separated from Hagar and Ishmael while Ishmael was 3 months old approximately. She lived in that way till some people from the tribe of Jurhum or a family from Jurhum passed by her and her child, as they, though coming through the way of Qada, they landed in the lower part of Mecca. And Mecca was established because thanks Allah for Hagar who found Zamzam. The child Ishmael grew up and learned Arabic from them, and his virtue caused them to love and admire him. And he grew, and then he reached the age of puberty. They made him marry a woman from amongst them. After Ishmael's mother had died, Abraham came after Ishmael's marriage in order to see his family, and he had left that he had left before, and he did not find Ishmael there. So Ishmael, about 3 months old, then Abraham left him with Hagar in the wilderness in the Mecca.
Right. Remember, he travels down with them from Gerar, from Canaan, down to Mecca, and leaves them there when Hagar is alone with baby Ishmael.
Yeah. Then Ishmael grew up among Arab people, almost like semi-homeless, broken family, no father to raise him. Then he married at the age of maybe 16 or 17, we don't know. And then he got the wife and he had the kids, right? And then finally, so we talk about, let's say, 17 or something years later, after Abraham first brought them into the Mecca, left them, came back to Canaan. It's 40-day travel one way. Now he's now there waiting for 17 years, and now he decided to visit his son, whom he's seen like 3 months old baby. Okay? And it said here, and she replied, "We are living in misery. We are living in hardship and destitution," complaining to him. He said, "When your husband returns, convey my salutation to him and tell him to change the threshold of the gate of his house." When Ishmael came...
Sorry, just pause. So threshold is kind of like the peg in the tent.
Yeah.
Right, that's keeping it on the ground.
Then Ishmael came. He seems to have felt something unusual. So he asked his wife, "Has anyone visited you?" She replied, "Yes, an old man of so-and-so description came and asked me about you, and I informed him, and he asked about our state of living. And I told him that we are living in hardship and poverty." On that Ishmael said, "Did he advise you anything?" She replied, "Yes. He told me to convey his salutation to you and to tell you to change the threshold of your gate." Ishmael said, "It was my father, and he has ordered me to divorce you. Go back to your family." So Ishmael divorced her and married another woman from amongst them, from Arab tribe of Jurhum, right? That's an interesting story. Next. Then Abraham stayed away from them for the period as long as Allah wished, and called on them again, but did not find Ishmael. So he came to Ishmael's wife and asked her about Ishmael. She said, "He's gone in search of our livelihood." Abraham asked her, "How are you getting on?" asking her about their sustenance and living. She replied, "We are prosperous and well off. We have everything in abundance." Then she thanks Allah. Abraham said, "What kind of food do you eat?" She said, "Meat." He said, "What do you drink?" She said, "Water." He said, "O Allah, bless their meat and water." Then Abraham said, Ishmael's wife, "When your husband come, give my regard to him and tell him that he should keep firm the threshold of his gate." Then Ishmael came back. He asked his wife, "Did anyone call on you?" She replied, "Yes, a good-looking old man came to me." So she praised him and added, "He asked about you, and I informed him and he asked about our livelihood. And I told him that we were in good condition. Ishmael asked her, Yes, he told me to give his regards to you and ordered that you should keep the threshold of your gate. On that Ishmael said, It is my father, and you are the threshold of a gate. He has ordered me to keep you with me. Let me see. So, and then, okay, let's go like this. Then Abraham stayed away from them for a period as long as Allah wished, and called on them afterwards. Finally, he saw Ishmael under the tree near Zamzam, sharpening his arrows. Then he saw Abraham. He rose up to welcome him. Abraham said, "O Ishmael, Allah has given me an order." Ishmael said, "Do whatever the Lord has ordered you to do." Abraham asked, "Will you help me?" Ishmael said, "I will help you." Abraham said, "Allah has ordered me to build a house here," pointing on the hillocks higher than the land surrounding it. The prophet added, "Then they raised the foundations of the house, Kaaba. Ishmael brought the stones, and Abraham was building. And then the walls became high. Ishmael brought this stone, this stone, and put it for the Abraham, who stood over it and carried on building, while Ishmael was hanging him the stones." Now, if you don't know, this is a place, Mihrab of Ibrahim, and there's a cage area next to Kaaba, very close, like a few meters away from the walls of Kaaba, and the stone, if you could see, were the footprints on the stone. Muslims believe it's a relic, holy relic for Islam. They believe that's the stone when actually Abraham stood, or Ibrahim stood on, and most likely it's had a levitating power by Allah's will. And like instead of having ladder, he was stepping on the stone, and stone were carrying him higher, while he was keep building this room, the empty room or empty house. So that's another view of the same shrine, holy shrine. Now, it's been a long text. Let me break down in the parts. So Abraham separated from Ishmael while Ishmael was 3 months old. 17 years later, Abraham decided to come and visit Ishmael. And what happened to Hagar? Then he didn't know Hagar had passed away. He's coming to the Mecca for the first time, 17 years later approximately. He sees a woman and identify her as a wife of his son Ishmael. And she gave a bad report. She said, like, we live in misery and poverty, right? And he said, okay, when your husband comes, tell him to change the threshold of your gate and run away back home. Here's a problem. 17 years later, let's say you want to see your relative who you haven't seen for a while. Finally, 40 days of travel on the camel back, you're coming, and then finally, oh my gosh, that's his tent, I recognize. Everybody talk about him, that's him, that's him. Where is he? It's probably in hunting somewhere, okay? Okay, hunting. Now, when you think about hunting in nowadays, so you can go with a rifle, we have your freezer, you hunt where in the summer, because there is no winter in Saudi Arabia, right? So it's hot. So you can put, like, you keep the dead body of an animal into the freezer somewhere, and you can be for a week somewhere, and then you come back home a week later. Over there's no freezers. So when you kill an animal, you better rush home before it starts getting bad, right? So it means when you hunt, you don't go far away. Well, of course, you can look for the animal. It could be a week-long hunt without seeing any animal. But when you kill, you rush back, and you make sure you didn't go too far away. By the time you come back, it's all gone, right? Or have to cook it on the way. Okay, so presumably it's a short mission trip in a neighborhood environment, like go from North York to Scarborough, no further than that, right? So it means he's off like a couple of days. When Abraham coming and he sees, where's Ishmael? Oh, he's like, he'll be back in a couple of days. You know what? I don't have time for that. I'm going back 40 days travel. So, but tell him there's a coded message. Just change the threshold of the house. And he jumped on the camel and ran away as fast as he can, make sure Ishmael was not going to catch him on the way. Because idea is, it's anecdote. The main idea is to say that when woman gets information and 5 minutes later Ishmael coming in, I see somebody's just running away. Oh, it was an old man, you know. What did he say? Change the threshold of the house. He was my father. I know. How do I know? Because my mom shared Instagram pictures of him on my phone before she passed away. So I know everything. I saw the pictures. I could recognize by you, whatever you tell me, it describes exactly. So, and he said, he told me to divorce you. That's pretty serious, right? You love your wife. Suddenly you have this, somebody come and said, change the threshold of your house, and said, man, that's about it. You're the bad woman. Somehow I never thought about it.
And keep in mind, like in this narrative, not like the Bible, he was separated from infancy. So Abraham abandoned him with Hagar alone in the wilderness, who knows,
father, sure.
17, 20 years before, right? And so he didn't grow up knowing his father. He doesn't have any memory of him.
No, I told you it was pictures of him.
Oh, yeah, on Instagram. So yeah, that's why he knows.
That's all
right?
explanation,
so
reasonable.
It's important that you're following this, yeah.
Or the Facebook, whatever it was at that time, I don't know. Anyway, the camel book. So now he said, okay, he made the life-changing decision on the spot of the phrase of weird guy who came in randomly. But he said, it's my father, and he wants to divorce me. And he divorced a poor woman, probably with the kids, and sent her away. Oh my gosh. And you know what it tells, the anecdote tells me? I'm sorry, ladies, but according to what that hadith, it's basically said the women are stupid, generally. They don't understand what's going on, but men are smart. All we need to have one woman in between us, and I'm telling her, she has no idea. She's just passing information, and the guy knows exactly what it means. We men, that we're intelligent, we know the meaning behind it. You have no idea what you're telling. If she would be smart, she would have said, oh, she didn't say anything. She just said, good job, see you later. You know? It's me, but she said, oh, change the peg of the house. That's what he said. Oh, you stupid, I'm smart, I know I have to divorce you. Oh my gosh, what did divorce? Yeah, you didn't know, right? Didn't know it's coming. So she's not smart. Well, the anecdote continues. Few years later, he's like 20 years old now, Ishmael. Abraham coming and seeing another wife. And this wife is all good, everything is fine. And she said, great, tell your husband, let me run, I don't have time, another 40 days of travel back, okay? Yeah, I'm here to see my son. 20 years later, I haven't seen him, but it's no time for me to stand. Like, I can't wait, I have to go back. So 5 minutes later, Ishmael comes and said, who is this guy? Well, like, it's your father. Or whatever, she described, and he said, oh, it's my father. What did he send a message? Oh yeah, he sent this kind of funny message. Keep the threshold of the house. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep you. You're a good wife. So she said, whoo, great, right? She could be divorced of another woman. Probably everybody knows about the story, right? By this time. But she acted the same way. The good woman, still stupid. She doesn't know the meaning of the message. So just simply as a parrot telling message back to to Ishmael, and Ishmael said, oh, my father said I have to keep you. You're the good wife. Yes?
When it comes to wives, are there more women than men in the country? Is that why? More women than men that they can have. Well, someone said that.
Are you talking about polygamy?
Pardon?
Are you talking about polygamy, multiple wives?
Yeah, polygamy. You can have 10 wives. Like Saddam Hussein, I heard that he had 10 wives. So he had 56 children. How can they go around and are they borrowing wives?
So Quran only allows up to 4 wives for a man, but I don't know if
but he
anything you want
didn't
to
keep
say.
the first wife. He just kicked her out, Ishmael.
I'm saying, how did they manage that?
Oh, that's a different topic. I'm not sure if I can. I have no idea. I can't give you advice on that. I have no experience.
But they all had 2 wives.
Yeah.
2 wives? No, more than that. I mean, but I can't tell.
That's kind of a whole other topic,
Yeah.
and we could talk about it at the
now,
break or something.
you could see the anecdotic situation here. Ishmael, like Abraham, now Abraham ran away from Ishmael tent, make sure he didn't see Ishmael, and he stayed another few years. Now I'm assuming Ishmael already 25 years old. And finally, father is coming, and they meet each other and say, hey, man, I see you, remember. Like, I see your face, right, somewhere. So they recognize each other somehow, of course, by Allah's will, right? And Abraham said, you know what, my son? I want to build a house here because Allah said. And said, sure, no problem. We're going to help you out. And they build a house with a levitating stone on it. That's a part of it. So now I'm gonna show you that, like, you're gonna be wondering, like, where is it coming from? What's in the Bible is that story? It's totally, completely opposite in the Bible. In the Bible, Ishmael lived and grew with his father until he was 17 years old. Only at the age of 17, he is separated from his father, and he never see his father again until father died. He saw the corpse of his father on the burial. That's all. That's biblical story, the Torah story. Look at the story. It's colorful. It's amazing. He lives in Mecca. He married another woman. He raised among the Arabs, fatherless. And he's this and that. And then his first wife and the father coming and divorce and remarriage and keeping the wife and finally building the amazing Kaaba, which is like Islam is basically Abrahamic faith, right?
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt.
Yeah.
We got break.
Okay, let's do.
So we're gonna do the story that we're gonna compare with it, and we're gonna show you the source after the break. Thank you for bearing with us, and so yeah, we have 15 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, after break. After break. I know. I like that attitude. I want to know the source.
Where's this coming from? So, but no, I'm exactly like you. But that point that I'm making, it took me a while to kind of put it around and express it. Whenever you're, and actually I think both sides, Muslims are saying things that are not persuasive to us, right? But who are they persuasive to them? When we look at the Christian culture, they're giving all these arguments. We're watching. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's such a good place. Persuasive to Muslims. So they have any conflict. That's how they work. And their responses, and it's going to go both ways. Their responses to those arguments is so weak because he's using a different epistemology. So it's a different criteria. Well, look, we've got the Quran, which is the divine speech. God said, some historian, Western historian, atheist probably, like, yeah, could he be wrong? Okay, so what is a historical, what's the historical evidence by taking public history? We're building the case to the best explanation of the case. I'm not saying that that's wrong. Like from our perspective, it's not. Is there a good case? But I'm not approaching it from this. I'm approaching it from a place of history. And that's completely fair. That is not how they are approaching it. They're coming at it already with Quran. You're presenting something. So similar to us, somebody brings a critique against the Bible. It's already established in my mind. So until they bring something that's very clear and definitive, that undercuts the Bible itself, right? That's clear, and that's not like, okay, there's right? So just as deep, you're going to make my point about no double standards. If that's how we would approach it, we have a lot of things. That's how they're going to mindset. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Can I just look at your little setup here? I've just been curious about what you have here. Is it like a plug-in touch?
This is Alex's, so the digital.
Just a
These are my books, but
touchscreen USB controller. That's cool.
yeah, you can ask if you want to know more. You can ask him. We were having all these technical issues, and so he had it on his laptop, and he's going to go from his laptop. This is a desktop, right?
Yeah, you just tell me.
So, oh, he told you? Oh, yeah. So I'm like, just bring your, if you can bring your desktop.
Bring the whole.
Because everything is relying on this one PowerPoint file.
It must be a massive PowerPoint.
It's like 7 gigs. Because he's got all these videos embedded into it. And well, the problem is that we keep editing it and keep developing it. So he's had like a million different files, and it gets so confusing. So yeah, he's like, I just want all of it. So in the PowerPoint, you can actually make sections for the slides. And he just discovered that. He's like, it's like presentations in there.
I didn't know that PowerPoint could handle that.
I didn't know either. Maybe he's
You guys connected with the Ajax at all? You ever?
no.
Okay, because
No,
we've had contact with them now. It's kind of laggy now. Like we invited them.
Yeah.
Actually, we're trying to get. We're trying to invite them.
Hey guys, if you can find your seats, we're gonna get started.
Anyway, I guess that's good because it means we're not overlapping territory.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But
You're in
we
Mississauga,
don't,
right?
We're not competing, right? I'm in Mississauga.
No. But if I was like, it's good to be aware, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, yeah.
Well, we can work together.
oh yeah,
There's
yeah,
things that we
absolutely.
can.
But I was just curious,
comment
like
on.
knowing that you interact with the Almadias.
Absolutely,
It's kind of
yeah.
like just geographic.
And they're all interconnected. Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're
Yeah.
like talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we're gonna resume, and in your handouts, turn to page 18 in your handout. So this is going back to that question, really. Where did that story in the Hadith come from with the two wives and everything? Yeah.
Stop again.
Oh, okay. I'll start again. You weren't recording. Yeah, okay, so we're just resuming. So turn in your handouts to page 18, and we're going to look at essentially answering that question. Where did the story in the Hadith come from?
Someone divorced somebody and then just gave it to another man.
Okay, but we're going to read it, and you're going to find it interesting.
Okay, so it's not in the Bible, not in the Torah, but it's a very long story, amazing story, funny story, right? You will remember that story for the rest of your life now. How to divorce a woman, how to carry on the messages, coded messages, enigma-style message. Then woman will understand, and man, we are supreme, right? Okay, here is Midrash Haggadah, Legends of the Jews, our favorite Jewish people, who has very interesting ideas. The wife of Ishmael bore 4 sons and a daughter, and afterward Ishmael, his mother, and his wife and children went and returned to the wilderness. They made themselves tent in the wilderness in which they dwelt, and they continued to encamp and journey month by month and year by year. And God gave Ishmael flocks and herds and tents on account of Abraham his father, and the man increased in cattle. And sometime after, Abraham said to Sarah his wife, I will go to see my son Ishmael. even to look up upon him, and I have not seen him for a long time. And Abraham rode up.
Alex,
Yeah.
why don't I read it?
Okay,
Since you're
yes.
doing all the, I'm going to read because he's doing a lot of presentation today, okay? So Abraham rode upon one of his camels to the wilderness to seek his son Ishmael, for he heard that he was dwelling in a tent in the wilderness with all belonging to him. And Abraham went to the wilderness, and he reached the tent of Ishmael about noon. And he asked for him. He found the wife of Ishmael sitting in the tent with her children, and her children and his mother were not with them. And Abraham asked the wife of Ishmael, saying, "Where has Ishmael gone?" And she said, "He has gone to the field to hunt game." And Abraham was still mounted upon the camel, for he would not alight upon the ground, he would come upon the ground, as he had sworn to his wife Sarah that he would not. Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, "My daughter, give me a little water, that I may drink, for I am fatigued and tired from the journey." And Ishmael's wife answered and said to Abraham, "We have neither water nor bread." And she was sitting in the tent and did not take any notice of Abraham. She did not even ask him who he was, but all the while she was beating her children in the tent. And she was cursing them. And she also cursed her husband Ishmael, and spoke evil of him. And Abraham heard the words of Ishmael's wife to her children, and it was an evil thing in his eyes. And Abraham called to the woman and to come out to him from the tent. And the woman came out and stood face to face with Abraham, while Abraham was still mounted upon the camel. And Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, "When your husband Ishmael returns home, say these words to him: A very old man from the land of the Philistines came hither to seek you. And his appearance was thus and so, and thus was his figure. I did not ask him who he was, and seeing you were not here, he spoke to me and said, When Ishmael your husband returns, tell him, Thus did the man say, When you come home, put away this tent pin which you have placed here, and place another tent pin in its stead." And Abraham finished his instructions to the woman, and he turned and went off on the camel homeward. And when Ishmael returned to the tent, he heard the words of his wife, and he knew that it was his father, and that his wife had not honored him. And Ishmael understood his father's words that he had spoken to his wife, and he hearkened to the voice of his father, and he divorced his wife, and he went away. And Ishmael afterward went to the land of Canaan, and he took another wife, and he brought her to his tent, to the place where he dwelt. And at the end of 3 years, Abraham said, I will go again and see Ishmael my son, for I have not seen him for a long time. And he rode upon his camel and went to the wilderness. He reached the tent of Ishmael about noon. And he asked for Ishmael, and his wife came out of the tent, and she said, He is not here, my lord, for he has gone to hunt in the fields and feed the camels. And the woman said to Abraham, Turn in, my lord, into the tent and eat a morsel of bread, for your soul must be wearied on account of the journey. And Abraham said to her, I will not stop, for I am in haste to continue my journey. But give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And the woman hastened and ran into the tent, and she brought out water and bread to Abraham, which she placed before him, urging him to eat and drink. And he ate and drank, and his heart was merry, and he blessed his son Ishmael. And he finished his meal, and he blessed the Lord, and he said to Ishmael's wife, When Ishmael comes home, say these words to him. A very old man from the land of the Philistines came here, and he asked after you, and you were not here. And I brought him out bread and water, and he ate and drank, and his heart was merry. And he spoke these words to me, When Ishmael your husband comes home, say to him, The tent pin which you have is very good. Do not put it away from the tent. And Abraham finished commanding the woman, and he rode off to his home, to the land of the Philistines. And when Ishmael came to his tent, his wife went forth to meet him with joy and a cheerful heart, and she told him the words of the old man. Ishmael knew that it was his father, and that his father had honored him, and he praised the Lord. And Ishmael then took his wife and his children and his cattle and all his belonging to him, and he journeyed from there, and he went to his father in the land of the Philistines. And Abraham related to Ishmael all that had happened between him and the first wife, that Ishmael had taken according to what she had done. And Ishmael and his children dwelt with Abraham many days in that land. And Abraham dwelt in the land of the Philistines a long time. And Ishmael repented of his evil ways and subordinated himself to Isaac. And as Abraham enjoyed undisturbed happiness in his family, so also outside in the world.
So you see, the story came from Jewish legends. But as always, when you tell story from one guy to another one, word of the mouth, eventually the story became different. So we didn't see in the hadith. Oh, sorry. Let's go for the midrash. The Jewish story it's more coherent, and it's quite explainable. Even yes, it is still anecdote, because ideas behind the all visits wives and passing information through them, and they have no idea, no clue what they're telling to their husband. So its idea is women are stupid, women are like knowledgeable, and look how amazingly we manage to pass information through that woman who has no idea what's implications are, and both of them, good or bad, both of them clueless. But at least it was said that Abraham find him finally. I don't know why he came at noontime, why it's very important for the Jews, rabbis, to say it came at noontime. But then he saw the first wife, who was a really bad woman, and she didn't answer him. Now, mind it said first that Ishmael has a lot of sheep and has a lot of herds. He's a wealthy man, according to the Midrash. But how she replied back to Abraham? Oh, we don't have anything. We're poor. And probably like, that's your pastures, right? Your servants. Yeah, but we're poor, right? It doesn't make sense. But nevertheless, it shows how she's so bad that even being in abundance, she tell up front, like, we have nothing to you, go away. And then she didn't stop there. She started yelling at the kids. She started beating them. She started cursing them. And now she started even cursing the husband. I'm like, whoa, she's really, really bad, evil. Now I feel for Abraham and Ishmael more. Like in the Quran, you didn't see it. The Quran is basically, she said, in Hadith, she said, we poor, we don't have much to eat, we're in poverty, which may be correct assumption, because according to the Hadith, Ishmael grew up among different people, different group of people, like not his own, no family, broken family. So it's more plausible for the Hadith to say, well, she was truthful, but Abraham was upset with her, like, how dare you say you're living in poverty? You have to tell me, you have to lie to me as a good woman. You have to pretend everything is fine. So when the second woman treated well, and she said, oh, we eat meat and water, meaning, oh, guys, they have no grains, they are really in poverty, but she's a good woman. She said, we're fine, I'm good with the husband. Like, I have nothing, we have everything. As a matter of, they have nothing. But that's good thing to show to strangers. Don't tell, like, we're in trouble.
Allah has blessed us, essentially. That's the idea, right?
Yeah.
She's a faithful woman.
So then she's good. I mean, we go back to the Midrash, and we see the reason why Abraham said, guy, please divorce that woman, she's evil. And she's evil according to Midrash. She's not evil according to the Hadith. So it doesn't make sense why you have to divorce a woman who is like saying, we're in trouble, and she's telling the truth, essentially, right? But again, because it's culture, no, you can't say that. So you don't understand, so therefore, talak, right? Divorce. Anyway, so, and we see how Hadith is, Midrash is completely telling the story, second time coming, passage information, and eventually they all come and join Abraham and dwell together. That's the whole idea on the Midrash. So in the Hadith, Muhammad heard the story, and it's an amazing story, how the woman is so stupid, right, and the man is so great. So he remembers stuff, but now he transferred it from Negev desert down to Mecca, where he lives, because since As I said, if he live in Toronto, he will be talking about Abraham coming to Toronto and building the Kaaba right in the Yonge and Finch. So, well, he didn't live here, so therefore he lived in Mecca, therefore Kaaba is in Mecca, then he said Abraham came to Kaaba, to Mecca build the Kaaba. So the idea he's, contextualize to his purpose. And that's how he established him as a prophet, by telling people lies about him, about Abraham coming and establishing the initial Islam in Arabia before Muhammad was born. And he said it was even before Judaism came, before Christianity came. So Islam is, how Sheikh said, it's a real deal. It's the beginning of everything. It's the first religion. Yeah, right. Okay, our Bible tells us different, a totally different story, which usually we're not paying attention. But in light of the Quran, in light of the Hadith, what Muhammad said, finally we see it. Oh my goodness, it's all lies. In like 2 billion people thinking they're on the right path, and they've been lied by the Muhammad, all of them. And Muhammad went against the Torah, and Torah exposes the lie of this guy. So we have problem. I have a little bit of problem. One picture was displaced for whatever reason.
It's not showing anymore.
Yeah, I will show you a picture which is I'm gonna show you comparative, and I try to figure out, maybe I'll be able to change it. You see this, the picture of stone. It's supposed to be just Ishmael here. Just pretend it's just face of Ishmael, whatever, right? So according to the Torah's timeline, Ishmael was growing up with his father. He was actually, that's very important, he was circumcised at the age of 13 by his father while living with the father. Then Abraham wealth till Isaac was born by the age of 14. So he was, the Ishmael was sole heir of Abraham's wealth until Isaac was born by the age of 14.
Just so if you want to follow, in Genesis 17:25, it says the age of Ishmael when he was circumcised. 17:25.
And a year later, Isaac was born. So until that time, Ishmael lived as a son of the king, because we know Abraham was a wealthy man. Then Ishmael mocked Isaac 3 years later. So approximately by the age of 13, almost only at the age of 17, he lost the right of inheritance, Ishmael. After that, Ishmael never saw Abraham again. So, and then, that's another mistake here. Ishmael, Abraham took Isaac to be sacrificed about maybe 10 to 20 years after departure of Ishmael from the presence of Abraham. So that's biblical story, right? So Ishmael was born in a full family. He lived, and he was circumcised by his father at the age of 13. By this time, he was the only heir of everything Abraham has. So he lived as a prince, abundance of everything, no needs of everything. But then Isaac was born, but yet Ishmael still inherited 2/3 of his father's wealth. So until age of 17, he lived in luxury. Only when he lost everything, because God said, okay, go ahead and let him go, but God will bless him. And we know God blessed him. So whatever he lost, he gained back, but now living apart from Isaac. So that's biblical timeline. Now let's see the Quran and Hadith timeline. So according to the story which was told by Muhammad to his companions, Ishmael was an infant when Ibrahim left him and Hagar in Mecca. So we're talking about 3 months old. I'm just taking the number randomly. Then,
but just to explain, he was a suckling infant, according to
Yes.
however many months, right?
yeah, many months, few months.
Yeah.
Then, 17 years later, many years later, Ibrahim visited Mecca, but met only wife of Ishmael, and told him the message to divorce her. So I'm just throwing 17 years, right? So he married, has a kids, at least according to the Midrash, when Muhammad technically derived story from. Then it said 2 years later, or a few years later, Abraham visited the second wife of Ishmael and approved his choice, right? And then, question is when he was circumcised by his father. Either like in a few days when he was born, or later on when he met his father years later. So the before, now you have to mind this part. Before Isaac was born, Ishmael received a revelation to sacrifice his son at that moment, which is Ishmael. So
Abraham received, you said Ishmael.
yeah,
Abraham received the revelation to
Abraham received a
sacrifice
revelation to
Ishmael.
sacrifice
in
son in the
Islamic
Quran.
version.
It doesn't say name of the son, but after it said, and Allah gave them news about baby, which is Isaac. So idea is Ishmael already grown man. He was about to be sacrificed by Abraham, and of course God intervened. Amazing story, almost biblical story. And after that, in the story of Ishmael by the Muhammad, he was circumcised either at the age of 20 plus or 25, or when he was on like few days old. That's a possibility. But the Bible explicitly said it's 13 years old. So if any Muslim will tell us, oh, the Bible account is wrong, why? Give us a good explanation why the Hadith-like account of the original Torah given to Moses was changed by the wicked Jews centuries later to the point we have in our Bibles. Why this fuss about Abraham lived with his father until he was he was separated, right? So another thing, unfortunately, I have another picture was misplaced. As you see, the scissors not supposed to be there. But here's a very interesting point. Ishmael of the Torah, before he was separated, he was a wealthy guy. He lived in luxury until he was 17. He got a personal chauffeur to drive him to Jewish school, to the shul, whatever, right? So he was in a good condition. According to the Hadith, he lived in poverty because he lived with only mother to raise him. He'd been raised by Arabs who didn't care much about him because he was not an Arab. I mean, he became an Arab eventually because they love him for his good behavior and character, and they marry him, the woman from amongst them. But he was poor guys, So we see completely different Ishmael. Completely different Ishmael in the Quran. By the way, you could see, the Ishmael of the Quran is been raised without father, in the poverty. Ishmael of the Torah, he was with the father, he was an heir, and he's supposed to inherit the most of his wealth until he was separated by the age of 17, not by the age of 3 months old. So, how on earth, Muslims and Christians, question, where did you get this information from? How come you trust Muhammad? How do you trust the 7th century illiterate Arab Bedouin who is coming randomly and start telling the stories out of the blue? Yes, he said, I'm just simply confirming the Torah. Torah? You confirm the Torah? The story you just tell us it's in the Torah? I don't think so. And that's prove the point that Muhammad was really, really illiterate. At least he was illiterate in Hebrew. He has no idea what Torah said. So in that case, if you're not knowledgeable, you could be victim of people who tell you the lie, incidentally or intentionally. And I think some of the stories he got and they put in the Quran from people who tell them stories unintentionally incorrect, and some were intentionally incorrect. And I believe, I have a theory, later on I'm going to show you why we believe that some of the stories the Jews told him, not Angel Gabriel or Jibril, they told him a story intentionally incorrect for the next generation of Jews. Every encounter with this Quran, immediately recognize error and walk away, never even contemplating the idea to joining this movement. because nobody can make mistake like that. And the Torah is holy for the Jews from that day, from before Muhammad until today. So the making mistake like that immediately disqualify Muhammad and the Quran and Islam within 5 seconds in the minds of every Jewish boy even, never mind the grown-up man. So it was, that's what I said, it was, mistakes like that don't come from nowhere. It came from probably deliberate misreading. Even Hadith was read probably wrong to Muhammad. He has no clue. He cannot come and independently take the book of Hadith or the Torah scroll and read it by himself quietly at night, so no Jew watch him.
I think
Maybe
you mean
steal
like
Torah.
the Talmud, the Midrash.
Or Midrash
You said,
and the Torah
yeah,
too,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So otherwise, if he knew the Hebrew, he could have steal the Torah, technically, from a Jews, if you want to fact check them, and he tried to read them and figure out, oh, they lied to me last night.
Right.
But he didn't do it. He just been like, hey, I believe everything you say to me. Anyway, so that's...
Yeah, I want to also, in your handout, if you go to page 16, you'll at the end of 15 is the section on Ishmael, right? And then you have the list of sources on page 16. I just want to add this because just to point this out. So under the heading, the circumcision of Ishmael, so it gives you the reference in Genesis where it says it, and Genesis 17 verses 24 to 25. It says this is when God commands the act of circumcision as the sign of the covenant. Okay? This is a year before Isaac is born. Because it's at this point that he tells him, you know, basically this time next year Isaac is going to be born. Okay? That's in the chapter right after it in 18. So 17, chapter 17, is it says in 24 to 25 that at this point Abraham is commanded to be circumcised himself and everybody in his household, including Ishmael. And it says that Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and Ishmael was 13. 1 year later, Isaac is born. So how old? And it gives the age of Abraham is 100 years old. So how old is Ishmael? 14, thank you. 13 plus 1 is 14. Then it keeps going. Genesis 21 is when Ishmael is kicked out with Hagar, right? That's the occasion of that is the feast that they hold for Isaac being weaned. So how old would Isaac be when he's weaned? Just guess. Approximate. 2. Let's say 2. Okay, approximately plus or minus a year, right? So 14 years old plus 2 is 16 to 17. That's where we're getting the age 17, okay? So this is how you derive it. I'm just explaining it. But also look at the quotations that are on that page in your handout. There are 2 hadith that is very interesting, because remember how old was Abraham when he was circumcised according to Genesis? 99. And how old was Ishmael at that time? 13. It even gives the age in, if you look in some of the verses before that are in the list, basically gives you the age also when, how old Abraham was when Ishmael was born. Okay, so he was 86, right? So then plus 13, 99, when he's circumcised, Ishmael's 13, he's circumcised, okay? These are all important because look at what it says in the hadith. The 10th one says from Sahih al-Bukhari, Abraham did his circumcision with an adz at the age of, 80, 80, not 86, 80, okay? The next one says from Sahih al-Muslim, also same thing, 80 years old. Now where does 80 years old come from? Abraham was 80 years old, so how old was Ishmael wasn't even born yet. So how would this be the original version? Right? It doesn't make any sense. So look how mixed up it is. Ibn Kathir, who is a commentator, Muslim commentator, all religions about this fact, except for Muhammad, because he says 80. This is their source. Okay? So this is their commentary. So put it all together. See how confused this is?
Thank you. So now we're going to go for transit for the second part of trilogy. And I called it Global Torah Change Conspiracy.
Just as you're starting, let me also just introduce this as like, how does this fit? How do we use it, right?
Yeah.
So what we just shared with you this morning is kind of extra stuff. This is supplementary, okay? So this is kind of stuff you can bring in further conversations if you've gone through the master key and they, maybe they're still not convinced, or you want to have more meetings, or you want to really solidify it. So you can go through you can go through all the stories, okay? So those are just some examples of expanding it. But essentially, this is now the second part of our trilogy. The trilogy this is our approach. There's 3 main arguments you can use. The first is the master key with the 5 steps, okay? You don't have to use all this stuff, by the way, okay? So a lot of information, but it's just to show you this is all useful, okay? So how does this fit in? Basically, you've gone through the 5 steps, and then you relayed the Old Testament foundations and preached the gospel. That's the master key. Okay? So let's say they're really coming back. Oh, no. Okay, but the Torah must be corrupted. Torah must be corrupted. Even though it's like, how do you account for it, right? And the Quran contradicts that. We've walked through that. But they really want to insist on it. So now how do you, is there anything more you can share? Where do you go next? So this is where you go next. This is especially designed for, let's say, a follow-up conversation. You have one meeting, you walk through the material, master key.
Fine. Let's check it out what your sources said about corruption of the Torah. So, here's what it says. Surah 2, 146. Thus, we have given the scripture, recognize this prophet as they recognize their own children. It said that people of the book of the scripture, meaning mainly Jews, they recognize prophet, and basically said they are, that's what explanation here, right, in the bottom. They are ones who follow the messenger, the lettered prophet, whose description they find in the Torah and the Gospel. So idea is that the Jews will be able to find description of Muhammad from the Torah. And it's messed up in me a little bit of my, yeah. So anyway, so idea is what the Jews in the 7th century AD find in the Torah according to the Quran, the name of Muhammad and his detailed description.
In
and
the,
the confirmation.
in the handout, you can go to page 20
Yeah.
if you want to follow there.
So here's a hadith, very interesting. Narrated Ibn Yasar, I met Abdullah ibn Amr and asked him, tell me about the description of Allah apostle, which is mentioned in the Torah. Now, the brackets, it's not my insertion, it's there, Old Testament. He replied, yes, by Allah, he is described in Torah with some of the qualities attributes to him in the Quran as follows, quotation starts, O Prophet, we have sent you a witness for Allah's true religion and giver of a glad tidings to the faithful believers, and a warner to the unbelievers, and the guardian of illiterates. You are my slave and my messenger, apostle. I have named you Al-Mutawakki, who depends upon Allah. And you are neither discourteous, harsh, his the crooked people by making him say, none has the right to be worshipped by Allah. So don't die and in the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate. This is from Muhammad, the apostle of Allah, friend and brother of Moses, who confirms the revelation which Moses brought. Suing for the bounty and approbation of Allah, their foreheads are marked by traces of that prostration. Allah promises to those who believe and do good works forgiveness and a great reward. Quotation starts. By Allah and by this revelation which He has hitherto sent down to you, by Him who fed with manna and quells the tribes that He went before you, and by Him who dried up the sea for your ancestors, that he might deliver them from Pharaoh, I adjure you to tell me if you find in that revelation, which Allah sent down to you, which is Torah, that you should believe in Muhammad. If you cannot find that in your scripture, no displeasure will fall upon you. Guidance will be distinguished from error, and I invite you to Allah and to His apostle. That's interesting. He said, I assure you, you're going to open up your Torah and you find that scripture which is in red, right? Muhammad is apostle of Allah. Those who see him are violent against unbelievers but merciful to one another. And go on. And then he said, interesting, I adjure you to tell me if you find it in the Revelation, which Allah sent down to you, that you should believe in Muhammad. If you can't find it in the scripture, then of course there's no question asked. But the idea is, of course you will find it in the scripture. Come on, guys. Open up your Torahs and find that quotation. Another one. This also Surat Rasulullah, there's chapter... Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it says, they had asked the apostles' judgment, and he went to where the priest sat, I can see it, sorry, and said to them, bring me your learned men. They brought him Abdullah ibn Sariya, who was the most learned, though one of the youngest among them. The apostle talked alone with him, and had him confirm on oath that according to the Torah, Allah condemns to stoning the man who commits adultery after marriage. Sariya added, they know you are an inspired prophet, but they envy you. Then the apostle went out and ordered the culprits to be stoned in front of the mosque. When the man felt the first stone, he bent over his mistress to protect her from the stones until they were killed. This is what Allah did for his apostle, to exact the penalty for adultery from these two persons.
Thank you. So you see, the Jews said, they know that you inspired prophet, but they envy you. How do they know? They find your description in the Torah. That makes sense. Again, what did the Jews in 7th century find that in the Torah according to the Sirah? The name of Muhammad, his detailed description of his confirmation of his prophethood. Another messed up slide.
Okay.
Something
You can
else.
see the picture.
Yeah. So this is Bassam Zawadi, and there's an article of him which I'm going to be using, when he basically tried to make a claim for Islam, saying that the Jewish scripture being corrupt. He called it the evidence of that Jewish and Christian scripture being corrupted based on Islamic sources. And he uses he uses a lot of them, but I'm going to show you a few. So he said, evidence from the statement of Ka'b al-Akbar, who died 14 years after Hijrah, which is like his contemporary to Muhammad. Ka'b al-Akbar was a prominent rabbi who converted to Islam. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Now be ready for the revelation. Muhammad is a messenger of Allah and my chosen slave. Verily, he is neither rude nor harsh, and he is a man who would not yield or scream in markets. And he will never award an ill deed with an ill deed. On the contrary, he will always award ill deed with forgiveness. His birth will take place in Mecca, his immigration will be to Taiba, and his dominion will be Sham. So that's description in the place where Muhammad is supposed to be born, and his migration and his dominion. According to this rabbi who read the Torah in the days of Muhammad, he found it where? In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Of course we couldn't find him, right? So it's corruption. Oh well, he continues saying it's messed up again. Something happens.
Does it have it?
No, the second line Torah is not there. Can you please read?
Do we have it anywhere else? We have to pull it up, right?
I could.
Just bear with us.
I could. Yeah, either we find it second line of the Torah with some. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Even I brought my desktop with me because laptop didn't work, and yet it's supposed to be having all files exactly the same as I prepared them, and I used it for a long time. It messed it up, unfortunately.
I've got it. Okay. Oh, let me just also say, so these quotations are in this article. This article is essentially the basis for this whole second approach, the global Torah conspiracy theory. So is using Bassam Zawadi's article, he's saying, look, here are all the Islamic sources that actually do teach, contrary to what we've been arguing, right? So do teach actually the text of the Jewish and Christian scriptures have been corrupted. Okay? So then basically what we're doing is, okay, so let's say, hypothetically, that is the case. According to Islam, like that's what it teaches. What specifically, according to Islamic sources, was corrupted? What specifically? Not generally, specifically. And guess what? These are the things that it says, this is what was changed. This is what was in it. Oh, but we don't find it, so that means those things were taken out. But you notice this has nothing to do with anything we've been talking about, which is stories of the prophets. This is about Muhammad. So what is the second line of the Torah? Genesis 1 verse 2? What did the original Genesis 1 verse 2 say? The second line of the Torah says, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. His nation is constantly praising. They praise Allah for whatever occurs to them, whether it is good or bad. They praise and thank Allah in every situation and glorify Allah while they stand on a place that is higher than the floor. They are people who always watch the sun to know the prayer times and pray each prayer on its time, even if they were in a filthy place. They wear the izhar that they wrap around their waist, and they wash and cleanse their parts at nights, and their voices during the time of night are like that of bees, referring to their prayers.
Thank you. So here's a point. So when you open your Bibles or your Torah, we actually see is what? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And verse 3, and God said, let there be light, and it was light. Now, so can you imagine the first two verses were changed for Muhammad and whatever you just heard, right? Like very, very long description. But I'm going to ask you for, what is the first word of that first chapter, the first verse? In the beginning in English, what it said in Hebrew? Bereshit, exactly. So this is Bereshit, and that's it. The name of the first word of the first verse of the first chapter of Genesis is Bereshit. Therefore, it is that's how the entire book of Genesis actually called Bereshit, because for the first letter of the first verse. Well, according to this rabbi, quote unquote, because he said the first letter was
First word,
was Muhammad as a messenger of Allah, and Muhammad was a messenger of Allah at the beginning of the second verse, and then third verse probably it said, and God said, be light, and it was light. So it's kind of funny out of context, but apart from that strange, bizarre rabbi saying, well, the problem is the first word is Muhammad. So he's not supposed to be, the first book of the Torah supposed to be called Genesis? Bereshit? No. It's supposed to be called Muhammad. If I follow suit, right? And then, of course, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. So bear in mind what the wicked Jews did, eh? Can you imagine? Even the first book of the Torah was named by the name of Muhammad. And they just said, no, evil people, evil. They just remove it and they said, let's talk about creation. Who cares? It's everything about Muhammad as he's a Muslims. No, they decided to talk about heavens and earth and all this bizarre stuff, like, right? So now we have to reconsider our faith in the Old Testament, right? Next, this cop still keep talking. He can't shut up. Ibn Abbas asked Ka'b, how do you find the description of Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, in the Torah? He said, we find him as Muhammad ibn Abdullah. He's born in Mecca. He will immigrate to Taibah, and his dominion will be Sham. So that's a very interesting. Next slide again, it's messed up, unfortunately. But let's go back to that. The Jews in the 7th century find in the Torah. What do we find in the Torah? According to Rabbi now, the name of Muhammad and his detailed description. So then, what was the Jews? What was it in the Torah in the possession of Jews in Yathrib, which is present-day Medina? It was the Torah that Muhammad held in his hands, and the author of the Quran was confirming multiple times in a different hadith. So there's a few scenarios. I'll go for the second one. Okay, one of the scenarios could be the Torah in Medina was the same as all other Torahs in the world from the time of Moses till 7th century AD, but was corrupted after the Jews met with Muhammad. And here we have a confirmation of this. The view of Muqaddil ibn Sulaiman, who died probably 100 years plus after Muhammad died, right? It said, in his commentary to Surah 2, verse 79, you remember? And woe to those who write the book with own hands and say it from Allah. He said, that verse means the leaders of the Jews in Medina, Yathrib, erased the description that says of Muhammad, peace be upon him, from the Torah, and they wrote other traits and descriptions. So it's very interesting. So the Jews changed the Torah in Medina after meeting with Muhammad, correct? At least that's human logic. I mean, we're humans, we apply the same logic. We presume that Muslims have the same mindset and they use the simple logic. And so it means the change in the Torah occurred after they met Muhammad. Then these wicked Jews not only changed their own copy of the Torah, but also they left Arabia and convinced all the Jews in the world to change in their Torahs, number one, right? By removing the name of Muhammad from every Torah on the planet. And second, they corrupt every single story of Old Testament prophets, just to make it different from the Quran. So we have a few problems here. The logistical aspect. Okay, here's a map again. The map will help. So Muhammad migrated from Mecca to Medina, where the Jews were living, and Khaybar, higher up a little bit, and the Jews lived in more abundantly. They have all 7 tribes there, all Jews. After meeting with Muhammad, Jews corrupted the Torah in Medina and made it prototype for all other corrupted Torah in the known world. And then they migrated with their corrupted copy of the Torah to Khaybar and convinced other Jews to corrupt their Torah scrolls as well. And they succeeded, and they together been expelled by Muhammad and his followers. Jews migrated with the corrupted Torah to Jerusalem, and Jews in Jerusalem agreed to corrupt their Torah according to the Torah from Medina. Well, okay, the problem is that the Jewish community spread from Spain to Persia, from Britain to Egypt and beyond. And this is a huge place, right? It's messed up me again. The map's messed up. Anyway, so there's a map of Roman Empire.
You can look on page 21 in your handout for just a general map.
So that's a general map of Roman Empire. This is a little bit broader one. So the Jews from Medina influenced all other Jews to corrupt their Torah according to the new revision by removing the name of Muhammad and changing all stories of prophets to be different from the Quran as they travel from one place of the Roman Empire to different, and they meeting the Jews they never seen before, and they convinced them. Well, the problem is, supposedly they did it, right? So the chosen people of God, they could do this enormous task. But the problem is, in order to complete the job, they also have to convince all Christians to apply exactly the same changes to the letter in their Bibles, which is Old Testament. You have to mind that the Christian Bible been written in different languages. Septuagint, Latin Vulgate, Syriac Peshitta, Coptic Bibles, and other translations. So the Jews and Christians, now the Jews not only convinced their own kind, their own Jewish people, but also influence all Christians to corrupt the Old Testament according to the new revision by removing the name of Muhammad and changing the source of Old Testament prophets to be different from the Quran. And also, don't mind, they have 2 verses according to, at least according to this, what the rabbi said. So they scratched that about revelation, about amazing revelation about Muhammad. and they inserted this strange talk about, like, in the beginning God created the heaven and earth. Who cares? Why you have to delete that name of Muhammad from that and his description, right? But they did. So here's where I have 3 problems. 2 logistical and one historical, and then also one archaeological problem later on. So the Jews from Yathrib eventually convinced all the Jews in the known world to rewrite their Torah. Then they convinced all the Christians to do the same thing in different languages. And that's an interesting point. The Jews and Christians and Muslim sources must have some kind of evidence to this conspiracy, not just words. We just read the words from the page. This guy said, that guy said, hearsay, shearsay. Can I have a physical proof, like a document, paper, or letter from one rabbi to another, letter from one bishop, from rabbi to bishop, from bishop to bishop, talking about, please make sure you take your Torah, you take your Old Testament, and remove that name from that verse, and put this name instead, or put another word, or whatever, in the middle of like Persia or Northern Africa, to changing the Torah and removing a name from the Torah. The Muslims conquerors already been there. Because to change the Torah, to rewrite the Torah scroll, it takes you 1.5 years. Actual work, everyday work. It's not easy. Okay? So you have to really work hard, and it's a long process. By the time Muslims should occupy the area, and some Jews and Christians will say, yeah, Muhammad, of course, we read them in the Genesis 1:1, it's about Muhammad. We always knew it, and now, but this evil guy, this Christian and Jew, tell me to remove that name of Muhammad from my Torah. No, I'm smart enough. I don't want to go to hell by doing that, by tampering the word of God. So therefore, when the Muslims approached him, he said, oh, sure, I became a Muslim because it's all evidence, and here's my Torah with the name of Muhammad. Keep it preserved for the 21st century, when the Bassam Zawadi article will be published, so we can prove it. Okay? It never happened. But we have archaeological problem, which is Dead Sea Scrolls. That's my favorite by all times. So it means that since Dead Sea Scrolls were written by, so let's see if how Jews could change the first two verses from the Bible, from a Bereshit, from Genesis. Maybe they have the word of Muhammad in the Dead Sea Scrolls 700 years before Rabbi Kabbalah Akbar actually read the story. Let's see what we found. That's what survived from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they translated into English. And guess what? It said Bereshit. It's exactly what every Torah on the planet Earth since then in different languages said the same thing, in the beginning. Wherever you see the block, verse block, it's been like hole in a parchment, like it doesn't exist. It's destroyed, right?
Sorry, just before you continue, where you can get this if you want like an English translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it will show you, like, it is fragmentary, so you see these gaps and stuff. So it's called the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible, and if you want to get it, you can get that. And then I also have you can also get the translation of Septuagint. Okay, so these are useful sources. I've also got, we were looking at the maps, and it was kind of not coming through on the slides properly. I usually use this, called the Baker Atlas of Christian History. It has both maps for the Bible and for Christian history. So all the maps, like, that we were using for the master key and stuff, you can get maps from this for that, as well as stuff that's useful for this approach, which is global Torah conspiracy, because you can see, where are all the churches in the 6th century AD and so on, and approximately where the synagogues would be as well. So I like using this because it's a printed, published book. It's not some map I just found online, and I can show them when I'm meeting with them, these are the maps, okay? So just to say, this is where we can get these sources from, and you can look at this after.
And this book, the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible, is extremely important. I'm using it while I'm talking online with Muslims. I meet Muslims personally. I open the book, and I said, this is factual. You cannot dismiss it. Well, if you dismiss it, then I think you will go to hell just for that. You have to know that, okay? Now, let's go back to that story. The first first verse is actually said, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim ve'et haaretz. So the word Bereshit is there. It's always been there for centuries before Muhammad, peace be upon him, was born, before Kaaba al-Akbar existed. Okay? So now when I read this article by our like Bassam Zawadi, he lives in States right now, he's supposed to understand the implication what he put in online. I could not believe he put online something which utterly destroy his own religion. And he didn't see that. He said it's evidence from a statement of Kaaba al-Akbar, who was a prominent rabbi who converted to Islam. The key words are converted to Islam later. And he said in authentic narration, and he said the first line of the Torah is Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, which is them, join them, right? That's what it said. So this rabbi, so to speak, he's opportunist and a liar. And the Muslims, poor Muslims, became a victim of his lies. But because he said, oh yeah, we find them in the Torah, look, in the first verse of the Torah, second verse of the Torah, it's all about Muhammad. Of course we know.
Yeah, and they can't look, right? So they're trusting him.
They're trusting him. Poor guys, they trust in him with their lives, with their souls. All souls are lost to hell. All we need, one guy, Jewish guy, said he's a Torah, and this my former rabbi is a liar because he wants to have a position and a fame among you. And Kaaba al-Akbar, according to what I heard, his grave is somewhere in Egypt, and his revere are the one sinking down, and there is no retreat from that. So we're going to stop here because we're going to go for the third part or something.
I think, yeah, just so that we can get through the stuff, and we're before lunch. Let's try to go through as much as we can for the midrash. So that's the second approach. The third approach we're going to introduce you to. So go to page in your handout, page 22, and we'll try to cover what we can. I'm gonna join you up here, okay? So I'll read the things. And
first, we're gonna play a clip.
Okay. Yep.
Now we're gonna play a clip of our favorite in-house imam and sheikh.
Just hold it closer.
So let's play the clip of our in-house favorite sheikh and imam.
Yasser Qadi.
Yasser Qadi. Let's see what he says. Again.
And by the way, let me just tell you, within academia, this is one of the biggest challenges that to this day people try to decipher where did the Prophet ﷺ get this knowledge from. Of course, we know it came from Allah, but believe me, this is something they have so many attempts and so many theories and so many things to do. I don't want to go into my tangents right now.
So what he said here, among academia, not necessarily Christian apologists, among academia, people try to figure out how come Muhammad knows so much about Old Testament stories? Then it's like, where did he come from? Because he was living in nowhere, and Mecca was not center of civilization. And they have so many theories, and they couldn't figure it out. Of course, we know it's from Allah. Well, by the end of this part, you will know exactly where Muhammad took information from. No doubts. It's only one fact, no theories, not many of them. Very simple. So the question is, where did Muhammad get his knowledge from? And by answering this question, basically I say that the third argument is the most devastating argument for any Muslim anywhere in the world at any time, because that will finalize the destruction of Islam in his mind. There is no way, after hearing all 3 points of the trilogy, he will still say, no, Islam is true word of God, and I mean the Quran is true word of God, Islam is only religion. Unless he's utter liar. He will be shaken into his booth because he knows he will be burned in hell forever if he will die as a Muslim. Let me show you a few claims of the Quran. Surah 26, indeed the Quran is a revelation of the Lord of the world, and indeed it is mentioned in the scriptures, the Torah and Gospel of former peoples, Jews and Christians. Then 25, 4 and 5.
So and those who believe say this Quran is nothing except a falsehood he, that is Muhammad, that he invented, and another people, which would be Jews, assisted him in it. Other people assisted him in it. And they say, so this is the disbelievers who are rejecting the Quran, what do they say? These are legends, midrash, of the former peoples, the Jews, which he, Muhammad, had written down, and they, the Jews, dictated to him morning and afternoon.
That's very interesting. They use in Arabic former peoples twice in both surahs.
The references are in your handout, just so you know.
So it's Jews, definitely. But after the Quran said, Quran is a revelation from the Lord of the world, and indeed it's mentioned in the scriptures of the former people. By unbelievers say, no. Oh Muhammad, it is the legends of the former people you're telling us. You see the difference? So Quran said, out of the Quran said, well, what I say to you, it's a confirmation of the scripture of the Jews. And unbelieving Arabs, non-believing Arabs said, no, it's the legends, it's the fairy tales of the Jews you're telling us. You see the difference? Oh, again, it's messed up here. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so it's legends of the former people. Now let me tell you, introduce to the Midrash, which very interesting subject on its own. Midrash was invented. That's my word, and I could prove it. And we're going to see why I can prove it. Midrash was invented much later than the Torah was given. Why? Here's a few examples. Few out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Sorry, before you get to the examples, I need to explain a little bit more Midrash, what it is. Okay, so Midrash is Jewish legends that are primarily about stories of people that we read about in the Bible, stories about Abraham, Moses, etc., anybody in the Bible, and they created these additional stories which they originally invented orally and were passed on for a long time, and eventually were written down in various writings over many centuries, many different writings, dozens and dozens of writings, maybe even over 100 writings. Some of them go back to the intertestamental period, so after the Old Testament, before the New Testament, all the way up through really into the medieval era. Okay? So we have writings from all those time periods. Most of it is written well before, centuries before, long before Muhammad. Okay? So this is important to understand. These are stories outside the text of the Bible, about people in the Bible, and these stories were written to essentially reframe what you're reading in the Bible. It's like providing another context, like the story behind the story. Okay?
Yeah. For example, it said, at the same time Noah conveyed but his words that the Shekinah, the glory, would dwell only in the first temple erected by Solomon, a son of Shem, and not in the second temple, the builder of which would be Cyrus, descendant of Japhet. So that's interesting. Like Noah, so its implication is that Noah knew that the first temple will be erected.
Noah, when was Noah relative to the temple? Noah knows all this information.
He knew it was like, and as a matter of fact, we asked Rabbi and he said yes, because they're prophets, they will give him this knowledge. So every prophet basically knew everything, like all history forward from them. So Adam knew everything.
I can read it also from here.
Well, you want to say something?
I was going to say, is it a far-fetched idea?
Hold on.
So is that concept a far-fetched idea, even when you consider like King David, for instance, like kind of foreseeing, Psalm 22, for instance, kind of foreseeing Christ, like kind of projecting ahead. The whole idea of these particular people talking about future events.
Like, are you saying is predicting the future as a prophet far-fetched, or what?
Some of the narratives that's being presented.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. From one perspective, it is obviously far-fetched. Like, this is crazy. Like, even David, when he's prophesying, you know, you can't even, I wouldn't even necessarily say that he sees Jesus and no. But the the statement in something like Psalm 22 is it matches, okay? But it's not predicting like, okay, this is the name of the person in this place. This is, all of this stuff. No, this is extremely far. It's obviously legendary, mythical, which is the point, right? So this is Jewish myths, legends that were created.
The second example. Okay, but Isaac, he summoned Esau, but the Holy Spirit interposed. Put no confidence in him, said the Holy Spirit to Isaac about Esau. There are 7 abominations in his heart. He will destroy 7 holy places, meaning his descendants.
Esau is descendants.
Esau descended. The tabernacle, the sanctuaries of Gilgal, Shiloh, Nob, and Gibeon, and the first and second temple. So, wait a minute. First and second temple being destroyed by Edomites? So Esau is the father of Edomites, right? Yeah, okay. But the first temple was destroyed by whom? Babylonians, right? So he's the father of Babylonians too. And the second temple was destroyed by whom? Romans. Well, he's also father of Romans too. Like, again, it's messed up there. It's supposed to be map when you can see Edom, Babylon, and Rome, how far they are. It's the same thing to say like somebody from North America tribes and somewhere in South Asia and somewhere back in Finland, they all came from the same father, meaning like a Jews, right, basically.
And by the way, this is what traditional rabbinic Judaism, you ask a traditional Jew what they believe this, right? We actually had a conversation a few days ago with a very prominent rabbi locally, and he confirmed that that's what they believe. So this midrash is actually what rabbinic Jews believe.
That Esau was the father of Romans.
And Babylonians.
And Babylonians, and of course Edomites, sure. Okay, so there's another problem with midrash. It's whitewash the sins of the prophets and patriarchs in the Torah. A few examples.
I can read it.
Yeah.
On this journey from Canaan to Egypt, Abraham first observed the beauty of Sarah. So in other words, the first time he sees the beauty of his own wife.
Like 50 years after marriage.
Okay.
At least.
When did he first look at his wife? Okay. Chaste, let's listen to how righteous Abraham was. Chaste as he was, he had never before looked at her. But now, when they were wading through a stream, he saw the reflection of her beauty in the water, like the brilliance of the sun.
It was an accident. He didn't want to. It seemed to.
He tried not, right? Like,
yeah.
He's so chaste.
Yeah, he tried to have a kids with her for 50 years. Never mind, but he never looked at her. So he has no idea how she looks. Suddenly she said, oh my goodness, I'm married to this amazing woman. Oh my God, I sinned against the Lord, sorry.
So this is how crazy this midrash stuff is, okay?
But this is another one.
Yeah, another one. Okay, so you know the story of Judah and Tamar? Okay.
You're up to the challenge.
Yeah, okay. So listen, what does the midrash say about Judah and Tamar? What's the real story behind the story that provides how you understand it? Judah passed Tamar by without paying any attention to her. And she raised her eyes heavenward. She raised her eyes heavenwards. So what is she doing? She's going to pray. Because look, she went on the roadside as a prostitute because she needs to have children. And he wouldn't even look at her. He's so righteous. Right? So she prays to God, help me. I need to have a child. Right? She said, O Lord of the world, shall I go forth empty from the house of this pious man? Then God sent the angel that is appointed over the passion of love, and he compelled Judah to turn back, namely to go into her. So why did Judah sleep with Tamar? Not because he's unrighteous. He didn't do anything wrong. God sent an angel to compel him to go into her. So whose fault is it?
God's fault.
God's fault. It's actually blasphemous. Right? That's Jewish midrash is very blasphemous, right? It's crazy.
they tried to explain that David killing Uriah, it was no problem. It was Uriah's fault. And God orchestrated that too. It's very bizarre from that point.
So actually, I also want to say, like, the first point we were making is that the Midrash is written after the Bible, after the Old Testament. So that was very clear from, like, the prophecy about future events. Like, there's no way that they would actually know this information. But also here, it's not, that's not in the Bible, right? That's not in Genesis, that the angel of passion compels Judah to go into Tamar. Why is this story written? It's because the Jews were uncomfortable with Judah looking bad. Because for the Jews and rabbinic theology, all the patriarchs and the prophets are righteous. That's why God chose them. That's why they're elect, is they're so righteous. It's not biblical. It's contrary to the Bible and the doctrine. But rabbinical theology is contradictory to the Bible in many, many ways.
To the Torah.
To the actual Torah, to the written Torah. But in their oral Torah, which is their oral traditions that they believe was also given to Moses on Mount Sinai, all of these things were given to Moses on Mount Sinai is what they believe, right? So God said it. Is that actually really, no, they're righteous. See, we see Judah was not unrighteous. He didn't do anything wrong. So essentially, where does this legend come from? It's because the Jews were uncomfortable with what it actually says in the Torah, that they created a legend to reframe the story. So it whitewashes the evil that he did, right? So it justifies him, it excuses him. So it's very important to grasp this, because that means they were unwilling to tamper with the text of the Torah. They had to create legends outside of the Torah. They weren't willing to change the Torah. So the legends itself actually reinforces the reliability of the transmission of the Torah, right? But you also see this tendency, what they're doing is they're whitewashing the sins of the prophets and patriarchs, okay?
Okay, let's go for inference of Midrash on the Quran, that's our goal for this part of the trilogy. That's interesting hadith. Narrated Abu Huraira, while we were in the mosque, Allah's apostle came unto us and said, let us proceed to the Jews. So we went along with him till we reached Beit al-Midrash. Right?
Which means house of Midrash.
House of Midrash.
Beit is house.
So it tells us immediately, it tells me at least immediately, oh my goodness, that Midrash been already, even Muhammad, even this Huraira knew how they call it, because that's what the Jews, at that time, they're not Torah believing Jews, they're not Tanakh believing Jews, they're not Old Testament believing Jews, as we think they are. No, they already depart and became a heretical sect by adopting this oral Torah, Mishnah and Gemara and everything.
Let me also explain is that what did the Pharisees believe? This is Pharisaism. Okay, a lot of Christians don't understand that modern day Judaism, rabbinical Judaism as we call it and as they call it, is Pharisaism. So Jews who don't accept Jesus is not simply, they're not just not Messianic Jews and they believe only in the Old Testament. No. They believe in the Old Testament plus many oral rabbinic traditions that eventually were written down in the Talmud and in various other Midrash Rabbah and all these other sources. They believe all those things in addition to the Old Testament. They're not Old Testament Judaism. It's not Old Testament Judaism that rejects the Messiah. It's Pharisaical Judaism, or what's also called rabbinical Judaism. Okay? So we have to understand that's not what they are. It's not just Old Testament. It's this. A lot of Christians don't understand that. So that's what survived after the destruction of the Second Temple. There were only 2 sects of Judaism that survived from the first century after the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. Pharisaical Judaism, which is also called rabbinical Judaism, and Messianic Judaism, Christianity. Okay? They're like sola scriptura Jews, but that's very, very small sect. Yeah, but the primary form of Judaism is rabbinical Judaism. Yeah.
So now we see but this small name of the Beit al-Midrash, it's to tell us that Muhammad and Muslims met not with the Jews, but with,
Hold it closer.
but they are rabbinical Jews. They are what we call it heretical Jewish sect at that time, because they don't believe in the Torah any longer. What Torah teach, they have midrash and oral tradition which told us otherwise. Like again, Judah never slept with Tamar on his own volition. It was God who made him, compel him to do that. That's not in our Torah. So that kind of Judaism, the Jewish people he encountered, and that's why now I'm going to show you stories from the midrash which are not in the Bible, not in the Torah, scripted into the Quran.
Okay, I'll read it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you read the
Okay,
Quran. I'll read the midrash part.
Okay. Jacob tried to protect Joseph from his brother's envy. That's a Quranic narrative. It said, he, the father, said, "O my son, relate not your vision to your brothers, lest they should arrange the plot against you. Verily, Shaitan is to man an open enemy."
That was the Quran.
Not read the Torah. Let's read the Torah and the content.
I don't have it here.
Yeah.
You can read it.
But when he told it to his father and to his brothers, his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamt? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come?"
Had spoken in this way only in order to avoid and hated him, because they knew that the interpretation put upon the dream by Jacob would be realized.
So you see how they walk around this. The Jews didn't like what in Genesis 10:37, father rebuked Joseph for godly dream. So they come up with ideas saying, no, he said it just specifically just to show before the 10 his children. So like, I'm not with him, I'm just with you. But reality is he was like, yeah, Joseph, go, right? So that's a rabbinic explanation. And that idea goes into the scripting in the Quran in different form. When he said completely different, he said, "Oh my son, relate not your vision to your brothers, because they will make a plot against you," right? Arrange a plot against you. So it's not copy-paste from Midrash, it's modification, it's bad copy of the bad copy of the bad copy, so to speak, right? So when you copy in the bad copier, you have a problem, you're missing a lot. Second point, the brothers thought that after Joseph's death, their father will love them. Let's see, read the Quran, 12:9. "Kill Joseph or cast him out to another land. The countenance of your father will then be only for you, and you will be after that a righteous people." Let's read the Midrash.
So this is what Dan, the brother named Dan, confessed. "The spirit of envy and boastfulness goaded me on, saying, 'You too are the son of Jacob.' And one liar stirred me up, saying,
They said to one another, 'Here comes this dreamer. Come now, let us kill him and throw him into one of the pits. Then we will say that the fierce animal has devoured him, and we will see what will become of his dreams.'" So this is staggering difference. In the Torah, they saw opportunity to kill Joseph because they've been upset not because he was loved by his father more than themselves. I think they already been grown men. They don't much care about that much, except they care about dreams. They said, okay, we're going to kill him. We're going to see what happened to his dreams. That was the original idea. Yeah. Also. Can you pass it? Chris. The question coming from Chris.
Okay, so Alex, why was it ever okay for a Pharisaic Jew to believe in the Torah, but then have these additional midrash teaching? If it was so inconsistent, if these stories were inconsistent, why was it ever okay?
Well, you want to hear?
Go
It wasn't ever okay, right? That's the point, is that they themselves are distorting. So it's actually, in one sense, I can agree with the Quran. When we understand the right meaning, as we walked through yesterday and the day before, when it talks about the Jews distorting, the scriptures, they're distorting the teaching, not the text. It's in the legends, and they're not willing to obey it, right? They don't put in practice stoning adulterers. Muhammad's like, oh, that's in the Torah. I know that. Even though he hasn't read it, he's aware of that. So they're not willing to obey it. So what Muhammad saw in the rabbinic Jews of his time, which is the same today, they don't obey it. They're actually, the Pharisees say, why do your disciples, the elders, that's a way of saying the oral Torah or rabbinical traditions, and they don't wash their hands before they eat. If you go to a Passover, or you follow the Haggadah, which is basically the instructions of what you're supposed to do in the Passover, one of the prayers you're supposed to say is, blessed are you, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who gave us his commandments, who sanctifies us with his commandments, listen to that, who sanctifies us with his commandments, and commanded us with the washing of the hands. They still say that. So the point is, it's never justified. Jesus and Paul, who told Timothy, avoid endless genealogies and myths, this is what he's warning against. This is all corruption of the Bible. We think of the Pharisees like, why did they add all these rules to Sabbath law, all these things? It's never justified. It's actually contradictory to Deuteronomy, which
I'm just talking about the narratives. So you have the Torah, and they have, for instance, the narrative of Joseph. And let's say the Midrash has a different narrative. When you appeal to logic, could they not even see the inconsistencies? Okay. Why would they want, again,
I think what happened here, what I usually tell Muslims as well, if you read the Old Testament, it's quite anti-Semitic book, especially book of Jonah, very anti-Semitic, right?
Like not literally, but your point, yeah.
Point is, like, Jews are very bad guys there, right? So they disobey God all the time. They disobey prophets. Prophets disobey God, doing some evil stuff, right? But when you read Midrash in full, you will see, like, Israel is beloved, the most righteous. The Jews are amazing. The prophets are sinless. Jewish people, even they do something wrong, but they're okay. They are chosen people of God. And God said in the Midrash, I created the world just for the sake of Israel. Mm-hmm. Like, really? And that's, entire Midrash is filled with this information. If you read the Midrash, I haven't shown any examples of it, but I will tell you now. The one example is, for example, when brothers came to Egypt and they see Joseph, but they didn't recognize him, I think it was Judah who started challenging. He started yelling at Joseph, thinking he's an Egyptian, the filthy, uncircumcised Egyptian, right? And he said he screamed so loudly that Egyptian soldiers in the palace and around fell down. Their teeth came out. Their heads were turned and started looking backwards. Well, that's not the end of it. All this walls around cities crumble and collapsed. But houses will still intact, okay? Don't worry about it. So just walls. And unfortunately, again, woman in a bad situation here, all pregnant women gave birth at the same time. Not end of it. That voice, he stood next to Judah and joined him in yelling at Joseph. I'm like, what the, right?
So your question, why would they believe this? So I have no idea.
Why they write it down this? Why they talk about it? And Louis Ginsburg, this rabbi who died 100 years ago approximately, well, less than 100, but anyway, he wrote down this book, which we read and we like, oh my gosh. So thank you for this rabbi. I'm really happy for he put all this information from hidden part and
we'll show you after our lunch break how you can access all this. So there's an app called Safaria. You can access the Legends of the Jews. We also have it in different formats to share with you. So it's not just, don't just take the quotes. You can read it all for yourself. Yeah. One, Brian, and then let's do some more examples before lunch, though. But let's take this one question.
So a little pushback, if I can. As Christians, we believe in miracles. and Jesus spoke to water and it was still. Or we believe that Elijah did the cartoon thing, like took off like I can't think of the cartoon figures, but anyway, like ran like the wind and outran Ahab and his chariot and all this stuff. So what are you guys laughing about all this stuff for? Like, this is in the Bible. Come on, like.
I could say that like this: when you take a cup of tea, lump of sugar, whatever, and it's sweet, nice, and tasty, right? Try to put 100 lump of sugar. That's how it's like. Guys, you have to know where to stop, okay? When you read about story of Potiphar's wife in the Midrash, how she tried to seduce Joseph, mine in the Bible is very short, several verses. She tried, and he said no, and after day, and eventually it was incident with the shirt. When you read Midrash, it's 10 pages long. It's like one way, and this another way, and the third way, like, ugh, I'm sorry, like it's been already, like it's too sweet. I mean, guys, come on. You have to know where to stop, okay? They just keep running. They like it. So I have no idea. We have to understand, well, we can understand because we're 21st century people, right? Our mind works differently. We're talking about 2,000, 3,000, like 2,500 years ago. That mind is different. They could believe anything. They don't have a measure.
I'd like to think of it, they didn't have TV. Okay, they didn't have Netflix, and this is kind of like the original Marvel. Okay?
The life is hard.
They gotta come up with like this, like they're superheroes. That is actually how it is in the Midrash. The sons of Jacob are superheroes. They have superpower, perfectly most handsome men. Their stature, their strength. That like one of them can kill a whole army. Like that's the kind of stuff. So one last thing, and we got to go through some of the stories.
I think the concept of putting the hedge around the Torah, I think that's what this is coming to do about, is that they want to purify things that weren't pure, right? Because they want to put that hedge around the Torah and protect it that way.
I think it might be different in this case because we're talking about the stories. Okay, so your point is very good for the law. It's called building the fence around the Torah. So basically, you take the classic example is the don't boil the calf in its mother's milk. Okay, that's in the law code, the Mosaic law code. Kind of a strange law, but it's probably in anti-pagan custom. So in kosher dietary law, rabbinic law, which includes all sorts of additional rules, following your principle, right? I know you read a lot about Judaism, so that's helpful. So it's called building a fence around the Torah. You make a broader rule around the original one so that you will, if you never violate the broader rule, you never approach violating the original. So how do they apply it in rabbinic tradition? You're never allowed to eat any dairy product and meat product together. You're never allowed to mix them. And you can't prepare them. And some Orthodox Jews even have separate kitchens. And you can't use the same utensils. Okay? Is that what the Bible teaches? Is that what the Torah teaches? No. Don't boil a calf in its mother's milk. That's all it says. Don't add. The Deuteronomy says don't add or take away. But that's the motivation, is to try to avoid ever approach violating it. But I think with the stories, so there's actually two forms of midrash for those who are unaware. So there's midrash halacha, which is legal midrash about the laws, and then there's midrash haggadah, which is stories. So we're talking about midrash haggadah, not halacha. Okay, so the role of midrash haggadah, I've been reading like Jacob Neusner, who's a very prominent Jewish author. And he talks about the role of midrash haggadah is essentially it's their way of telling you their theology, because they're telling it in story. They're reframing the story. By reframing the narrative, it actually changes the theology. Okay? Because their theology is Israel is the whole reason God created was for Israel. Israel is the righteous example of everything. They are perfectly righteous and, right? That's not what the Bible teaches. So it goes against biblical doctrine. But how is it laid out? How do they teach it? is through story. And they have to reframe the stories in the Bible because the Bible can't fit with that. It contradicts it. Okay, so let's look
Yeah,
at a
let's
few
move.
more stories and then we'll have lunch.
Do something, but the patience is beautiful, and God is my help against that, what you describe. So he's Midrash. It is a law of nature, then whoever much of...
Here, I'll read this.
yeah, you go.
So in the Midrash it says, it is a law of nature that however much one may grieve over the death of a dear one, at the end of a year, consolation finds its way to the heart of the mourner. Right? Isn't that a law of nature that no matter how much you grieve for a loved one, at the end of 1 year, it stops? But the disappearance of a living man can never be wiped out of one's memory. Therefore, the fact that he was inconsolable, that Jacob was inconsolable, or made Jacob suspect that Joseph was alive. And he did not give entire credence to the report of his sons. In other words, if somebody dies you really love, look, you'll get over it after a year. I mean, it's so stupid, right? But if somebody goes missing, they disappear, you don't know if they're alive or dead. They're alive, probably. You don't know that they're dead. You're grieving for them. They disappeared. And that grief will never end. It won't go away after a year like when you grieve for a loved one who's died. So the fact that Jacob was so inconsolable, his grief wouldn't go away, he realized it's not that he's dead, he must be alive then.
Yeah, and now let's see what Torah said on that. So they sent the robe of many colors, then they said, with this we have found, please identify that it's your son's robe or not, and he identified it and said, it is my son's robe, a fierce animal has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn to pieces, and Jacob tore his garments, put sackcloth on his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And to the very end, he believed Joseph was dead. So Midrash is contradicted the Torah, and it's spilled into the Quran. Next one. Potiphar wanted to adopt Joseph. Quran. And he, the man from Egypt who brought him, said to his wife, make his stay comfortable. Maybe he will profit us, or we shall adopt him as a son. And it starts for the before, when Joseph was a really young boy when he was sold to Egypt. Remember when they said the fierce animal has devoured him while we played? He was sitting there, poor baby, like few years old. He couldn't run away. He couldn't cry for help. Wolf have devoured him. Bible said he was 17 years old. He can do the task. He could kill the wolf. So, but this is in the Quran. Let's read the Midrash.
Okay. So Potiphar treated Joseph not as a slave, but as a member of his family. At that time there came from Memphis the wife of Potiphar, and she cast her eyes upon Joseph, of whose comeliness of person she had heard from the eunuchs. She told her husband how that a certain shopkeeper had grown rich through a young Hebrew, and she added, but it is said that the youth was stolen away out of the land of Canaan. Go therefore and sit in judgment upon his owner, and take the youth unto your house, that the God of the Hebrews may bless you, for the grace of hire to adopt him. To adopt him. Joseph then prayed to God in her behalf, and she bore a son. However, she continued to embrace him as though he were her own child, yet he did not notice her evil designs.
Of course, I have nothing in the Torah about it, right?
But
Next.
the Quran says that maybe we should adopt him.
Exactly what Midrash said.
It says same as Midrash.
The wife of Aziz, which is Potiphar, tore the Joseph cloth. As they raced towards the door, that's in the Quran, she tore his shirt from behind. At the door they ran into her husband. She said, what's the penalty for him who desires to dishonor your wife except imprisonment or painful punishment? Midrash.
Go to Torah, I think.
She caught him by his garment, saying, lie with me. But he left his garment in her hand and fled and got out of the house. And as soon as she saw that he has left his garment in her hand and he had fled out of house, And I think she just
Okay.
cry out and so on, right? Let's
Okay,
go
so
to
then the
Midrash.
Midrash says, she laid aside her rich robes of estate, put on her ordinary clothes, and took to her sickbed, in which she had been lying when the people left to go to the festival. Also she took Joseph's torn garment, and laid it out next to her.
There is no torn garment in the Torah. But Midrash and Quran said about garment was torn. And it's played the role here. Joseph was declared innocent by the proof of the torn clothes. In the Quran, he said, it was she, like Joseph said, it was she who tried to seduce me. Now, a witness from her household suggested, if his shirt is torn from the front, and then she has been told the truth, and he's a liar. But if his shirt is torn from the back, then she has lied, and he's truthful. And then he, Potiphar, saw his shirt was torn from the back. He said, this is a woman's scheme. Your scheming is serious indeed. Joseph, turn away from this, and you, woman, ask forgiveness for your sin. You are indeed in the wrong.
So just summarize that for them. The Quran.
Yeah. So somebody is this, running to the door, and at the door she stopped and she grabbed him of the shirt and ripped the shirt. from the back.
Mike.
Ripped the shirt from the back of the Joseph. At this moment, Potiphar opened the door and faced them in an awkward position. And she said, it's not me, it's him. And Joseph said, it's not I, it's her. And then the witness from the household, Quran is very blurry about many things, including this. He said, you know what, why don't you just look at the shirt and where it's ripped from? If it's from the front, it means he tried to advance and he tried to protect himself. He is a liar. If it's on the back, she's a liar. And Potiphar looked and said, oh, it's from the back. Said, Joseph, forget about it. Go do your work, and you woman, you're the bad girl.
Right, so
Right.
the Quran blames it actually on the wife. He's
Right away.
innocent, she's guilty. And how do you determine it? From which side the shirt was torn from? Now what does the Midrash say?
So if the shirt is not torn, you cannot make
There's
a
no
judgment.
tearing of the shirt in the Torah. And there's no defense for Joseph in the Torah either, right?
Yeah.
What does the Midrash say? To the truth. But Potiphar repeated the account his wife had given him. The judges ordered the garment of Joseph to be brought, which Zuleika, that's the name of the wife of Potiphar in Jewish tradition, but Zuleika which Zuleika had in her possession, and they examined the tear therein. It turned out to be on the front part of the mantle, and they came to the conclusion that Zuleika had tried to hold him fast and had been foiled in her attempt by Joseph, against whom she was now lodging a trumped-up charge. They decided that Joseph had not incurred the death penalty, but they condemned him to incarceration, imprisonment, because he was the cause of a stain upon Zuleika's fair name. Potiphar himself was convinced of Joseph's innocence. And when he cast him into prison, he said to him, I know that you are not guilty of so vile a crime, but I must put you in durance, lest a taint cling to my children. So interesting, what side of the shirt was torn in the Midrash? And that determined
Back,
that
yeah.
Joseph was innocent and that Zuleika was guilty. The Quran is the opposite.
And the Midrash is opposite.
Sorry?
You talk about Midrash or?
And yeah, comparing the Quran to Midrash.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Quran compared to Midrash, it's the reverse sides. It's the back that shows that
He's innocent.
he's innocent, but in this case, it's the front tear that shows that he's innocent. So you can see Muhammad messed it up, or the Jews told it intentionally to him wrong. But it's clearly, where's it coming from? It's not coming from Torah, it's coming from Midrash.
And now it's, I think maybe I use one more and then we'll
One more, then we'll do break, yep.
Okay, yeah, this one I thought I already showed it to you. I'm sorry, but you're going to
By
see
the
it
way, we
now.
can do this kind of endlessly.
The wife of Potiphar prepared a banquet for the woman of the city. Quran. Some ladies in the city said, the governor's wife is trying to seduce her servant. She is deeply in love with him. We see she has gone astray. And then she heard of their gossip. She invited them and prepared for them a banquet. And she gave each one of them a knife. She said, come out before them. And then they saw him. They marveled at him and cut their hands. They said, good God, he's not a human. This must be a precious angel. That's a movie from Arabic.
It's an Islamic.
The
The Quranic Joseph, a movie about the Quranic Joseph, or show. It's like many episodes.
That's a story which in the Quran, Joseph said, I'm not coming to Pharaoh unless the case will be resolved about this woman cutting their hands. Huh? And Pharaoh said, okay, fine. I'm liberal, so I'll do what he said. Let's read now when it coming from, because that's from the Torah.
Right, it's not in Torah at all, right?
Where it's come from? Guess what? You already
Okay,
guessed,
remember
right?
Zuleika? Okay, Zuleika. She commanded her maidservants to prepare food for all the women. And she spread a banquet before them in her house. She placed knives upon the table to peel the oranges, and then ordered Joseph to appear, arrayed in costly garments, and wait upon her guests. When Joseph came in, the women could not take their eyes off of him, and they all cut their hands with the knives, and the oranges in their hands were covered with blood. But they, not knowing what they were doing, continued to look upon the beauty of Joseph without turning their eyes away from him.
It's almost copy-paste. Except, it's a very interesting point. I'm going to stop there. Later on we continue. Except the timing of the event. Midrash is more logical. Even it's bizarre and crazy as it is, it's still logical. Quran does make sense. Because the incident of the shirt in Midrash happened as in the Bible, just before imprisonment of Joseph. But about a year before that, Zuleika tried to seduce him for years, and she was like, she's feeling sick, and then she looked so bad. The woman, her friend, saying like, what happened to you? She said, I'll show you why I'm so sick. So she invited them to the banquet. They all like amazed on the Joseph. They cut their hands and they said, "Oh my goodness,
he's so hot. Like how could you resist him?"
All
right?
of them
That's-
at the same
and he
time.
keeps refusing you. Like no wonder you're in your sick
Yeah,
bed.
they said like, we understand now why. I mean, like really. 1 year later, incident with the shirt happened in Midrash. Makes sense. In the Quran, incident with the shirt, and then banquet, and the wrong reason for the banquet, because it's not for like, what's happened to you, Zuleika? Why are you so sad? I'll tell you. I'll show you. I rather, instead of telling, I will show you. Here, oh, this Zuleika is like, she loves her servants, she's a bad girl, ay. And she said, I'm going to make an example of you, I'm going to push you in the position. So it's different intention. And after that, when Muhammad telling the story, so the first incident of the shirt and then the cutting hands, and she said at the banquet, after being already condemned by her husband, it's like, oh, you woman, what are you doing? It's bad, I have to confess, right? She said, nevertheless, I'm going to sleep with him, regardless. And he said, oh, Allah, please protect me from that. And then, Muhammad, remember, he ended up in prison, but what should we say now? What should he say now? He said, oh, it's occurred to them rather...
Yeah. Okay. So we'll tell you the few other ones after the break, and that's basically covers the material. But we'll now have time to really process, discuss, right? Okay. But we're gonna have break for lunch. So I think we have 45 minutes for lunch. Yeah. So do feel free just to chat and even discuss things that you're learning, even during the lunch. Actually, and we also have some quizzes, a quiz we want to do during lunch. That'll be fun. Okay, but you'll learn stuff in it too. But let's pray for the lunch, okay? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather, and we pray for this food that you bless it to our bodies. Thank you for all the provision, but also we pray, we thank you so much for the hands that prepared it. Pray that you bless them and their willingness to just do this of their own accord to serve us and support what we're doing. So, Lord. Yeah, we'll do the quiz. You want to pull it up now, the beginning of it?
So you come back with your food, sit on your place, and as you start eating comfortably, we're going to play a quiz, and we'll have fun, hopefully.
Can I borrow this?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I might use it. But, you know, we've already talked for a while, so I'm not going to overwhelm it. Right. But we can talk about a teacher, what we can talk.
And that's another question that even when I went to my class, I was thinking, like, is it also, do you find it overwhelming for some people, like when the amount of it is so mild?
That is kind of the secret.
By the way,
We want to see, because not that we want to just for the sake of bombarding them, because we want them to understand.
and retain what you're saying too.
They don't need to remember every detail,
Right.
but they need to get the big picture. That of many examples of specific things, right? Because it's not just general, because their claim is general. We're saying no. Specific. Why are these specific differences? You got to account for them specifically, and here are all the buts. And that is overwhelming. Right? So in a sense, we do want to overwhelm them, and that's why there's a lot of information. But you know, you can, as you study material, you'll want it yourself. Right? So you figure, okay, maybe I'll use these verses, this story, that story, right? As you see,
Perfect. I have no idea.
Quite amazing.
Thanks so much, Greg. I appreciate it.
Good to see you, yeah.
Really informative. Sorry, I'm gonna be running, but.
Okay, we'll glad you come for some, we recorded everything else.
Yeah,
So you can watch it.
on the website.
Yeah, so it's on their website, also their YouTube. Okay, so Willowdale Baptist Church,
Got it.
right? So if you go on YouTube, you can go under the live section. So it's not the videos, the live. Right, you'll see the full sessions, or you can go on their website. We're also recording it independently, and we're gonna edit it to put the slides on it. So, that's another way people can say whatever they want. Yeah. Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay? Glad you could come for something.
Thank you.
If I start talking about football, okay.
Yeah, yes.
I never knew it.
Yeah.
I said, I believe Quran came from the mount of Muhammad, so actually, alhamdulillah.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
The Torah never changed. How can it change? For the Quran. Of course, always done change. And look at now, there's it's not one that or one that's why historical criticism is not valid. We have to try. It's not this, it's this, or it's this. And the Muslim said, so what? Or I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Don't talk. So I need to find out a guy. He said, okay, I'm going to sit you with all the magnifying glass and stuff like that. They know Arabic, I know Arabic, and they go and say, I remember J. Smith saying, and the prophets were fighting in the way of the law. And one Arabic Quran. Another Arabic Quran says, and the prophets were killed on the way of the law. You see 5 and 2 the difference? Well, yeah, I can say the difference, but they don't change the meaning. Fighting be killed or be fighting, almost synonymous. Of course, the fighting is not necessarily be killed. You're right.
But they don't change the narrative.
So then it's not like you stack of books.
Plus, you should have the point.
I mean, you do like yeah.
So that's why when people say, open up your Bible, always different. Open them. Don't do that one.
Yeah.
So what I say, one of the talks, watch, this, that, check it out, after, doing the same. Because there's no way the Quran says, Allah is Italian. There's one.
I'm working
Is there anywhere in any Quran says Jesus died for your sin? No. He died for your sin. Is son of God in any Quran? No. So whatever is the difference in the Prophet's life, they fought in the way of Allah, they died in the way of Allah. Don't invent it. The narrative, that's my never change. So this is the thing. Yeah, we're here, did narrative change? No. So I say, you don't Quran never change because narrative is the same. We have to I will force that into their
So we, like, this is our research.
when you read the Torah,
there's some comments.
we have to have the scripture there to read. When you read this argument, you read this
So we actually, we stumbled upon it when we were,
This
we
was
did
the
like 13 weeks in a row.
when I went there, I went there, I saw the things, and I was like, oh my God. And we were going through this rock and this manuscript.
Like, what's the motivation to say that you have it?
only survive because I don't think we'll find anything survive like that. So when we read this, I thought, first line of the Torah is there. Islamic sources going up place, right away.
And then I thought, well, we didn't actually
700 years before Muhammad. Islam lied to the guys. They lied because he was important.
So when Alex told me, so they're like theorizing, or speculating. Change, yeah. And I've actually heard from other people. They, like, this is their natural explanation.
For
These
this
Jews, like,
First,
so the law
I want to keep my integrity.
so they're uncomfortable. Mainly that they're uncomfortable.
So don't just snatch it with something. You have to have destroy Islam.
So the Jews must have came with that. Now that of course doesn't account for the vast majority of but they're immediately, they gravitate toward that. Well, that explains
no
it.
way you can say, oh no, that's
But
obviously
the Quran has them whitewashed
I saw them on
like
the street. Some of them are still doing that after they talk
the
to
Midrash is mostly written.
1 hour later.
So we actually have,
Yeah, I have to look. 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, I see them.
What's the history of that orally?
so you're gonna ask that?
One guy who's like, I talked to him.
Anyways,
And then walk away because people are coming sometimes. About a week or
So we see, like, I always use it as racial
Alex,
even though Judas Tamar is not in the Quran, but we have Midrash and Torah, so very, anybody who hears that story, those stories, Genesis and Midrash,
smart and walk away. Never come back.
they're trying
Came
to
back with another
excuse
book.
him, the story that they're uncomfortable.
And I puzzled him and he's like,
So the story that they're
This guy's
uncomfortable is
kind
still
of-
there in the Torah.
so it's not him,
But the midrash is
doesn't know.
outside the Torah.
Yeah.
There was another guy,
Which
and this guy has
presupposes that that's what it
the
has
same
in the
effect.
Torah when the midrash is written.
And then I see him
The
again.
midrash is
I said,
clearly
"Hey,
there
Abraham, how are you doing?"
to
"Yeah, I
excuse
know."
it.
I still was,
So the
oh
Jews
yeah,
are
Christmas.
uncomfortable with the story
Are
of
you
Torah.
Are you?
That means they were unwilling to change the things that they were uncomfortable with in the text, so they had to write something else outside it to reframe the context.
Which is still, it's such a living contradiction for them, right?
They don't like, they don't have to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
it.
of course. But like,
Yeah,
but
it's still, but they don't know much. I just
so
tried
actually,
to, after
in a
that
sense,
1 hour,
what is
it's
Islam?
very minimal. What we show here is bare minimum of the huge
It's like
elephant
deceptive
and
or
the horse.
else to choose
We touch on the
basically
few things here and there.
lie to Muhammad or tricked him or told
We have
stories
to
or maybe it was part of the accident.
one year.
There's different ways to explain. Muhammad, I think, also retold the stories in a way that was to justify his power. Because he retells the
I would like to
stories
go into
so that Noah and all the prophets look like
He's trying to read the law, he's got a lot of pride for his.
Right. So there's various factors that are playing into how the stories are in the Quran. But clearly Midrash is a huge influence, right? So when Alex was like, well, the Imam said this, I said, well, that doesn't make sense, because actually we know what the Jews did. They wrote these legends before the time of the Quran, in between Bible and Quran, and they whitewashed the sins of people, the prophets and patriarchs. Even Saul looks good. Okay? In fact, actually what they do is they usually flip it, like the bad guys become the good guys and good guys become the bad guys, often. Okay? So it totally reshapes how you understand the Bible. But they didn't change the text. Right? So that means they were unwilling to tamper with it. The Midrash presupposes what's in there. And what do we see in the Midrash? Is they're explaining away the sin. What the Muslims need is the opposite of that. They need the original stories in the Torah to be like the Quran, where they are basically sinless. And then the Jews made them look worse. But what we actually have, we actually know what the Jews did. They wrote stories outside the Bible, and they made them look better. You see? So that it's completely contrary to what they need, then it refutes it. So, but we also have the law argument, which actually I think is even stronger. But the Midrash brings in the other element of what really is the Quran coming from as well.
Sorry, can you clarify the fact that both being original sins, but I don't think that's how they
No, it's not that they don't believe that Adam they do believe Adam disobeyed God.
Okay.
Actually, it's also Midrash. So, in the story of Adam, Midrash is in all the stories.
Okay.
Okay? So, in Midrash and in the Quran, Adam sinned, but he quickly repented. And God accepted his repentance.
And that's why they don't believe in original sin,
Because it doesn't corrupt
not
the
at
world.
all, but it's original repentance, so there's no sin, there's no original sin. But
There is like an original act of
Well,
sin,
that's
but
what-
it doesn't bring corruption.
right, so there are other people after Adam that sin that brings corruption.
Well, just separate behavior from condition.
You're born with a desire to obey God's law.
You're born good. You're born good.
You're not
That's
born with
Islam.
sinful nature.
Right, and Islam.
And Judaism. It's all the same, because Islam is a heretical sect.
Despite the fact that you have to teach your kids.
Everyone is born Muslim. Yeah, this is Islam. So it is Fitra. You're born with an inclination to God. You're born submitted to God, but why people, as they are raised, they don't believe, they don't submit. Muslim means submitted to God. It doesn't mean they're Muslim, but they're submitted to God. They're not corrupt. So that's what we mean by original sin. It's the corruption of like our desire for corrupt, and we die as a result of sin.
Right.
That's what the Quran does.
Okay.
makes sense why they want to change it. It's uncomfortable. Like what you're doing, that makes sense why they want to change it. Well, like, why would they want to change it right in? There's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing that makes sense.
Would it explain his lie to the Pharaoh? Are they not okay with that? Because there's someone okay with that.
Oh, like, he's like, oh, he's realizing, oh, yeah.
It's,
Well, you're actually beautiful. You better be careful.
yeah, it's a different one, but it's, okay. So we have time for the yes, okay. So I think your question is, where does the Christian okay, so this is what I believe. And you can maybe bring a question. Yeah, okay. If you
Why
want,
do they need to make up?
but yeah, ask it, I'll just explain. I think the historical critical scholars and Christian culturists who are looking at the kind of the historical foundation of Islam, I think
Mackie says that in that
they,
story,
for the most part, believe that the primary influence is Syriac Christianity.
it's a repetition of the Genesis
So they follow the apocryphal Christian legends that are in,
Abraham is portrayed as the
which is in
same.
there. And look, the primary difference between Islam and
Then Sarah is a
doctrine of
Right,
Jesus.
she's told.
How Christian.
Yeah.
But what you saw is it's all over the place.
And then,
Midrash.
and
Okay.
then,
And so what I believe, what Alex and I believe, is it's not a heretical sect of Christianity. Islam. It's a heretical sect of rabbinical Judaism.
Maybe it was Bedlam, yeah.
Okay.
I don't
So
recall.
how does it intersect
anyway,
with
so they would
Christianity?
have been, they would have been in position.
So this is our view, is that
then.
Muhammad, so there's some Christians around there.
I'm freezing.
Later on they are. So what we think is that first, really, Muhammad was basically, here he is a Gentile, looking at the other pagan Gentiles who are polytheists and idolaters. And he's rejecting idolatry. Look, we believe in one God and no idols. And he's talking with the Jews. He said, look, we're on the same page. We believe the same thing. Right? We're together. Jews are not together with him, but it's not a Jew. Right? So, what I think Muhammad was upset about, looking at the Jews, it's like, you guys think you're special? You guys think you're the chosen people? Look, you are special. The Quran does. You are special in the sense that God gave you so many prophets, and yet you rejected them all. Look how wicked and rebellious you are, and how under God's judgment you are. So, in other words, they're more responsible because they're given more. And God was gracious to them in giving them all these prophets. But it's not about covenants in the way that we think of covenants. There's no plan of salvation over there.
Right, that's what I'm hearing.
Because it's just up to God's declaration at the end whether he shows mercy or not. There's no need for atonement. Right? So that being the case, it's not that there's a plan that needs to work itself out for Israel. It's because they were a unique nation that God really blessed by giving them all these chances and prophets. And yet they squandered all of it, and how responsible they are. Yeah. And so he's like, yeah, okay, but you're not special the way you're saying. Like, you weren't chosen because you are amazing. It's good God's mercy. Right? So don't be proud and arrogant. If anything, you should be the opposite because you were given so much and yet you keep rejecting it. So I think it's the rabbinical theology of elevating Israel and their children's status in this rabbinic way. That is like, no. Look, there's one God for all humanity, not for just the Jews. Don't think that it's just for the Jews. There's one God who wants to create everybody. So we all supposed to submit to him. We're all supposed to make that submit. So, why are you rejecting me? Oh, you're rejecting me because I'm not a Jew. God of all people. Alright? So I think what Islam really is a rejection of this special select status of Israel. And to say, look, yes, they were special, he gave them lots of prophets, but God is God of all people. Don't think you're special. In fact, look, 7th century, the temple's destroyed, you're exiled, you're under God's judgment. So why are you thinking you're
God is
special?
always on silent.
Right? I'm bringing the same message as you and all your prophets.
My optimist because
So why are you rejecting me? Well, it's because you rejected all of them. You've always been rejecting me. That's the message, right? So then when it comes to the Christian,
No one will ever
Christians also
be
believe
this
this
call.
God.
Like whatever.
So you guys should be in this too with me.
No matter who it is, I'll be returning.
You guys are committing idolatry. You've distorted your religion and elevating a God as an
I kind of like the
God.
minimalist view of it.
Stop worshiping Jesus. He's just a prophet. And the Jews have got it wrong, from Muhammad's perspective, because like they're not accepting Jesus. There's no problem with Jesus. Jesus was just like all the other prophets. And just like you rejected all the other prophets, you're rejecting Jesus. Yes, he was the Messiah. He was a prophet, like all the other prophets, but don't. Christians don't worship him. Jews just accept him. He's another prophet. He's no different. Right?
Stop creating Mary and worshiping her.
Stop worshiping Mary, stop elevating him. He's just another prophet. Right? Then it makes all, like, to me, that makes perfect sense. So this is kind of like we're finally like bringing it all together. Like this is what.
This is like your word.
Yeah, exactly. This is like really the ultimate conclusion of it.
But you got a video of this.
No, not
I'm
yet.
saying you can make
Yeah, so Daniel and I have a channel called Until All Here. So we started.
I'm coming the wrong way.
So we're step by step. We're not doing this content quite yet, but we're trying to build an audience with the channels focused on other religions, not just Islam. And like we're gonna have a video soon about Sikhism. Yeah, so we want to draw them in to listen to us, hear us be like we're very respectful, right? We listen to them, right? And then we want to share the content. So that's how we're working.
Hey Greg, question. I was looking up these stone footprints, whatever. You came across.
You can ask Alex. I don't know anything.
Okay, this is okay. But yeah. So this is in relation to like Abraham's travel, and it says he said in an article, interestingly, writing to the Jews in Judea, not the legend, but documents through the Samaritans. Yeah. I have no idea who this guy is. He just wrote and released a book last year.
So give us a link to that. We'll look at this.
Okay. Well, he provides no footnotes, like it's not academic.
Yeah, I think what I'm realizing, I don't know much about
Prophet Joseph, the series.
Well, I guess you guys know about
It apparently was,
And
English voiceover.
so there's no dispute on that.
Okay, guys, we're gonna do a fun quiz if you want to follow along. You gonna do the slide?
Oh, no.
Just not everyone needs to be there. Here, just
well,
go ahead.
Okay. I just thought if you can try to answer, you can answer out loud as well and mark down your answer. If you make it correct answer, just mark it down for you. I will ask. We're going to try to find out who answered correctly.
Yeah,
most of it.
prize. You can give a book or something. Your book.
Yeah, we'll give some
For a
kind
prize,
of prize.
yeah.
So I just wonder if some people will join. Okay, I don't know. Should we start or let them come?
Are we starting at the beginning? Let's just do the second, third day ones. Can we do just the second, third day ones, not the? No, you want to do all of it? Okay. What are you looking for?
What do you want? You want to do quiz or you want to do?
No, I'm just saying we can skip all the Sierra ones.
Well, that's fun, I think. No?
Okay, we can do it. Okay, sure.
Okay, guys. Now I understand, like, that some questions could be the first time you see. That's mine. That's
Yeah.
mine.
Oh, that's yours?
Yeah.
That's yours. I think mine's over here.
Okay. Okay, so let's find a. So let's get try to see if we can get the quiz right, and just mark for yourself how many questions you answer right, right? So then we'll find out who did the best job.
Just before we get into the quiz, we wanted to just invite Robert and Diane up into the room. They were the ones that prepared all the food and the coffee and everything. Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, let's see.
Hey, Robert. Okay, Robert and Diane, we just want to give you a thanks. Maybe we can give a round of applause to thank them.
If you want to grab anything else, now's the time. There's more stuff in there, and it'll tide you over for the next hour or so. Okay? So come and grab some more.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, again, idea is please check yourself how many times you answer correctly, and we'll find out who did the best, and we'll give you some kind of prize. All right. Don't worry if you don't know the answer, just guess. You're going to learn something. That's what
Some
the
of
quiz,
them I
eh?
don't even know. Like it's kind of, some of them are really funny and obscure.
All right, so question. Why is Kaaba is a cube-shaped building? So I give you options. Allah commanded it, geometrical miracle, pagan tribe of Quraysh, lack of funds. Which one do you think? Number two. Any other? 2. Okay. It's actually 3. They didn't have enough money. So who answered correctly? Okay, mark for yourself like 1. Next. Who was not permitted to leave Medina without Muhammad's permission? Polytheists, Jews, Muslims, traveling merchants.
Any guess? 2 or the Jews? The Jews? Let's go. Just go.
Yep,
Yeah, you got it right.
Moses. So mark down for you who answered Moses. How did the Quraysh find the mountain where Muhammad was hiding? So are the footprints of the camel, the rumors, people talk about it, or the camel's dung? Camel's dung. Yep, you're right. Camel's dung. How the written agreement to boycott Muslims was destroyed? By water, by fire, by termites. Termites. Correct. Which group was mixed between supporting and opposing Muhammad in Medina? A group of his uncles, his neighbors, or different tribes? Uncles, correct. Next. Now, deep question. Who among the uncles of Muhammad was converted to Islam? Abdul al-Muttalib, al-Zubayr, Harith, Hamza, Abu Lahab, Abbas. Okay, Hamza and Abbas. You're right. Hamza and Abbas. 2. Who amongst the uncles of Muhammad was supporting him, although he himself was a polytheist? Abd al-Muttalib, Az-Zubair, Harith, Hamza, Abu Lahab, Abbas. Well, we know that Abbas and Hamza, they are Muslims. So left over 4 people. Zubair, Abd al-Muttalib. Now, who amongst the uncles of Muhammad was in strongest opposition to Islam? Az-Zubair, who? Yep, Abu Lahab. Who gave protection to Muhammad after Abd al-Muttalib died? Az-Zubair? Anybody? Another name? Abu Lahab. Strange, right? He was opposing him, but then Abdul Muttalib died. Abu Lahab said, you know what? I'll support him. Bizarre. But that's history. Who converted the most people to Islam? Muhammad, Hamza, Musab ibn Umayr. Musab ibn Umayr. Do you know how many people he converted? So he converted between 200 and 300 people in 1 year, while Muhammad managed less than that in 12 years. He was most successful missionary to Muhammad. And by the way, he prepared and preached the first khutbah, which is first sermon. And Muhammad's like, oh, that's a good idea. I'll follow the suit. So Musab ibn Umayr was the right man to help Muhammad to shape ministry later on. Who was specifically mentioned by the name in the Quran? Abu Lahab. That's when I went to talk to Muslim. I said, there is no sola scriptura could be applied to the Quran. Why? Simply because there is several. I think it's surah, small surah, or just part of the surah, when it's talking about Abu Lahab and his wife. You want to read it?
Do you know where it is?
No, I don't remember.
It's one of the last ones.
Yeah. Huh?
Surah
Yeah.
111. May the hands of
Surah 111. May the hands of Abu Lahab perish, and he himself perish, etc., etc.
So when I talked to Muslim, I said, okay, from the Quran, do I know who is Abu Lahab? You need supportive literature, which is, you need hadith, then you know what's going on. Therefore, that's why Christians reading Quran out of blue, it's like, I don't know, I have no understanding, what's this? So you have to study the life of Prophet Muhammad. Then you know what's going on. So we could say sola scriptura is a foundation for our faith. And that's all we need. We need the Bible to explain Bible. There's no way in the Quran you can explain by the Quran. Who's Abu Lahab? Nobody knows unless you know the story behind it. Therefore, you need an extra source. Who performed the first Jummah prayer?
Explain what
Jummah, it's, I think I already said it. It's, Musab ibn Umayr. What are the names of the two covenants between Muhammad and Arabs of Yathrib? Covenant of woman, covenant of war, covenant of friends, covenant of allies. What's that? Woman and war. They're men. There's a man. They have a covenant about woman. What to do with the woman, right? What to do at war. That's very important stuff for them. What was a big gift from Allah to Muhammad? So we have civil war in Yathrib, conversion of Uthman, Arab pagan ethics, or conversion of Abu Bakr. What was the biggest gift? What do you think? Abu Bakr? Civil war in Yathrib. That's how they described. Because it's devastated their foundation. So they killed so many and weakened their base. Then polytheists get killed, probably didn't allow Muhammad to come or dominate them. But they have a civil war, they kill each other, and draws So they weaken their faith, and therefore he's coming on technically on the ruins of the empire and building the new one. When the Muslims ready to kill those who oppose them, after being attacked by polytheists at night while polytheists were sleeping? At night. How do you guess it? Who started the hostility first? Jews? So we have several battles. Battle of Badr, Battle of Uhud, Battle of Trench, Battle of Yamama. Trench, Yamama. Badr. Surprise. Yeah. I was surprised too when I hear it. In how many battles and military expeditions did Muslims participated at the Muhammad's order between 623 to 632? So 529, 78. Huh? Yeah, you're right. I tried to show 78, some kind of number. Okay. How old was a Muslim woman, warrior, when she participated in the last battle? You want to guess how old she was? Who was fighting? Huh? No, it was a woman, like not young girl, who was fighting alongside with the men at Muhammad's side. Okay, her name is Nusayla. She participated in the Battle of Uhud, 12 wounds she got. The Battle of Yarmouk, hand cut off. Yes. She was 60 years old of the Yarmouk. Wow, what do you call it? Yeah. Like what dedication, right? 12 wounds, strong woman. Which city will never be conquered by non-Muslims according to Muhammad? Ever, never, ever. That's a prophecy of Muhammad. So let's see, we have Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem, Toronto. So Mecca. Okay. That's actually Medina. So my idea was like a funny idea. It's like, okay, if I've been an American president, I will just dispatch force to take the Medina, put the flag, American flag. Said, you see, it didn't work. Well, so far prophecy works. I have to admit it. Nobody did that. In which city yields the greatest blessings to live and die in, according to Muhammad? So we have Mecca, of course we have Medina, of course we have Jerusalem, we have Jeddah. Mecca, Jerusalem, it's Medina. Madinat at al-Nabi. No, it's Mecca, but Medina is What is the name of Muhammad's clan within the Quraysh tribe? Banu Hashim, Banu Makhzum, Banu Asad. Hashim, yeah, right. Okay. So that part of the quiz is done, so we have time. We can go on for next quiz, so based on now master key.
That was really fun.
What is the best topic to talk with Muslims? The Trinity, the cross, ISIS, Hamas, whatever, right? The Torah? Torah, good. Next, what is the best way to handle the Quran for the Muslim? Putting it on the floor, eating pages out of it, reading hostile the Quran, or respectfully? Thank you. I will be surprised if you will answer something else.
The second and third are real things that Christian apologists have done. Just by the way.
What is the mistake? Here, I find a mistake, right? Islam has 5 pillars. Islam is Abrahamic religion. Muslims pray 5 times a day. Allah sent 124,000 prophets. Yeah, exactly. Islam is not Abrahamic religion. That's mistake. That's obvious mistake. Nobody knows about it.
So never agree with people when they...
If they say, oh, it's a faith of Abraham, right away stop and said, no, it's not. Correct them. Because it's like knee-jerk knowledge, false knowledge. Next one. Another mistake. The father is the father. Ishmael is the father of Arabs. Ishmael lived in Paran. Ishmael has circumcised at the age of 13. Ishmael was an expert with the bow. Where's mistake? Father of Arabs. Yeah, exactly. Which is more important? Which son of Abraham sacrificed? The topic. How much water Hagar carried? Ishmael mocked Isaac. Whether Hagar was a wife or a concubine. What topic is most important? Water. That will destroy Islam utterly. Because you cannot carry for a long time, for travel. Very short travel. Meaning Beersheba is the well of Zamzam is in Beersheba, not in Mecca. Case closed. Islam is closed. You guys free now. You can choose your religion. What is the obvious mistake? We have to answer Muslim questions. We have to defend Christian theology. We have to explain sacrificial system to a Muslim. All of the above. Yeah, all of them are wrong because they will end up in this vicious cycle of defending, answering questions without any result. Which name does the Quran get correct? Saul, Israel, Hezbollah, Terah. Terah, what else? Okay, Israel. Only Israel is correct.
Tell them the Quran names.
Huh?
Tell them the names in the Quran.
Saul, Talut. Israel is Israel. Of course, Hezbollah is not there, but it's kind of okay. So Terah is Aziz. Aziz. Yeah, I think it's not Aziz. Azar. Thank you, Azar. To whom has it been attributed the conversion of 1,000 Muslims in the span of few years? J. Smith, David Wood, Hatun Tash, Sam Shamoun. Any other one? Yeah. Someone East, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Mecca. Mecca. Another one? Someone East. According to the Quran, what was the setting of Mary giving birth to Jesus? In the house, in the barn, in the cave, on the palm tree? Yeah, okay. You know your stuff. Good. Take back. Undo. According to the Quran, who was with Mary when she gave birth to Jesus? So she was with Joseph, she was alone, she was with relatives, or among Arabs? She was alone. Okay, then the last part of the quiz. Huh? There is a part of the Quran. You can.
Yeah, we can give the references for you. Yeah. Actually, in the clear Quran, let me just think. Yeah, at the back, there's a list of topics. So look under stories of the prophets, and then look for Mary, and you'll find references.
Okay, the final part of the quiz. According to the Quran, whose son died by drowning? Son of Pharaoh, son of Noah, son of Jonah, son of Cain? Noah. Surprise, surprise. I'm telling you, Quran is full of surprises. We somehow miss it. I don't know why. According to the Quran, who adopted Moses?
Who adopted Moses?
Zuleika, Pharaoh's daughter, Jethro cousin, Pharaoh's wife. Right. Pharaoh's wife. Surprise. According to the Quran, from which tribe did Ishmael marry his wife? Banu Kainuka, Banu Jurhum, Banu Nadir, Banu Quraysh. Jurhum. According to Islam, what was the name of the well what saved Ishmael? Beer Lahai Roy, Jacob's well, Zamzam, well of Beersheba. Zamzam.
That's really important. You need to know that.
Because now you know the Bible, and you say Bible is Jacob's well. Okay, but then it's Zamzam in the Islam. Which rabbi said that the well of Ishmael was Zamzam? Rashi, Ibn Ezra, Schneerson, Maimonides, Rambam. Last one, Maimonides? Schneerson? Ibn Ezra. Which story did Muhammad confuse in the Surah 246, 251? Abraham, Moses, Gideon, Jacob. Gideon. Now, which story did Muhammad confuse in Surah 28, 23 to 29? Yeah, that's time is Jacob. What was the name of the first rabbi who converted to Islam according to Islamic sources? Saul of Tarsus, Gamaliel, Kabul Akbar, Abdullah ibn Salam. Abdullah ibn Salam.
That was in Medina.
According to Islam, which sacrifice is the most valuable to Allah? Sheep, camel, alligator, goat? Camel.
Alligator. No.
According to Ibn Kathir, who was Jeremiah's ministry partner? Abu Bakr, Nehemiah, Zoroaster, Sullivan.
Okay, give them time for this one.
Yeah.
So Ibn Kathir is one of the most popular commentators, Muslim commentators.
Zoroaster. Congratulations. Following question. According to Ibn Kathir, where did Zoroaster go? Azerbaijan, Armenia, New Zealand, Syria? Armenia. Azerbaijan.
Yeah, he's your hometown hero. Right?
My hometown. According to Midrash, who was the king of Nehemiah in the time of Jonah?
Nineveh, you said.
Sorry, Nineveh, in the time of Jonah. Rustam, Haman, Nebuchadnezzar.
According to
Pharaoh.
Midrash, who was
Yeah.
the king in Nineveh in the time of Jonah? In the time of Jonah.
Who? Okay.
Pharaoh of the time of Moses. It's my favorite story in the Midrash.
He survived of drowning.
Nineveh, he becomes the king.
He went up north and he was redeemed by Jonah. He paid his dues. According to Kabul Akbar, where is in Tanakh was Muhammad mentioned by name? Deuteronomy 18:18, Song of Solomon, Genesis. Yeah, I think that's concluded. I have another slide. I'm not sure if. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you, guys. So now I want to count, please, your.
The total was 48 questions, right? You guys, anybody still counting? Okay, who got 48? Nobody got 48. I know. Okay, 45 or more? Put your hand up. 40 or more? 35 or more? 30 or more? 25 or more? Oh, okay. You got 25. What'd you get? 26? Did anybody get 26 or more other than Camilo? 19? 18? 17? 16? 15? Okay, I'll let you guys go. Okay. No, it's really tough. A lot of the stuff we didn't teach you today, right? But it's just fun to get you to learn about it that way. So, we're going to resume, and we're going to finish off the Midrash, and then we're going to have a time for Q&A and interaction. Okay? So what page in the handout is this? Should be like the last almost. What was the last one we did? It was cutting of the hands?
Yeah.
So number 8, so page 25, number 8 under the Midrash, example 8. Jacob told his sons to enter the city through different gates. This is, I think, your favorite, right, Alex?
Yeah, that's my all-time favorite, and I explain why. So let's see, in the Quran, Surah 12:67, it reads, "And he said, Jacob, O my sons, Do not enter by one gate, but enter by different gates. I cannot avail you anything against God. The decision rests only with God. On him I rely, and on him let the reliant rely. Don't say anything yet. I want to ask you, what do you think? The Quran is out of blue mentioned that unusual request from Jacob to his sons. What's behind it? What do you think? Just come up with any idea. It's not in the Bible, not in the Torah. He said, don't enter from one gate. And there's no explanation given in the Quran. There is no way you can find in the Quran explanation. Yes?
Just for security, so that if there were to be an ambush, they're like spread out.
Okay, good. So for security, you said, what's another?
Other different tribes, so maybe they go in their own gates?
Okay, different tribes, because they're separated by the tribal names, so they go through different gates. It's biblical one, but not, yeah.
So they would be able to their end game, irrespective of what happens, because they're coming from different routes.
So it's like strategy. So maybe they're like, what's their goal? Do you think?
Their goal may be to propagate their beliefs, their religion, or whatever.
To go through different gates and preach everywhere at the same time. What very Christian yet, but no. It's a good one. I like three of them. Yeah, it's a good one. I like three of them. Yeah. Gaining intelligence.
Yeah, spies, got a spy.
Biblical kind, but well, have to mind. Of course, it's Quranic, but it's not really Quranic. It's actually Midrashic. It's from Midrash. Now let's read Midrash, and you'll know why.
And as he, that's Jacob, knew that they, his sons, were likely to attract attention on account of their heroic stature and handsome appearance, cautioned them against going to the city altogether, indeed showing themselves altogether anywhere in public. Why? That the evil eye be not cast upon.
It's in the Midrash. The Jews believe in it. And if you see the Muslim, they have this blue, white kind of, amulet in the cars, in the house. That's against evil eye. They're very superstitious.
Mm-hmm.
So this religion of Islam is superstitious. Mm-hmm. It's funny, Quran doesn't say that. And they just leave it out of blue. I ask Muslims, where did came information from the Quran? Well, it's from Midrash, Legends of the Jews. That's exact source. Because Midrash gives a lot of explanation. Muhammad heard part and he just reiterated in the Quran. He said only part of it, but I don't know what he forgot to say the rest. I can't tell. Or he said it outside. So it's actually in tafsir explanation. It's actually repeating the Midrash point. And I said Midrash definitely pre-Islamic because it's a huge story of Jacob. It's massive compared to the Torah. Never mind Quran. Quran is really small. But Midrash give explanation. The Quran missing it out and leave some kind of trait for you to see. And actually, it's giving me more proof than the Quran based on the Midrash than any other ones.
Okay.
Next. Oops. Why it's not working?
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Joseph revealed himself to Benjamin before all the other brothers in the Quran. And then they entered upon Joseph. He took his brother Benjamin. There's no name Benjamin mentioned in the Quran at all. So it's insertion. To himself and said, indeed, I am your brother. Do not despair over what they used to do to me. There's no way in the Bible you'll find it. Benjamin was had no idea what's going on.
Yeah, so we're talking about when did in the Bible, how did Joseph reveal his identity? Was it to Benjamin first, apart from the other brothers? No, okay, so it's to everyone all at once. Yeah.
Now, let's read the Midrash. Yeah.
So, this is actually, I have many favorites, I guess. I really love this one.
Oh, yeah. Another favorite. No, you play favorite, you mark favorite, and I have a bunch of them. So the same with me, with you, and with you, hopefully too. Go ahead.
Benjamin then looked upon the astrolabe And to his great astonishment, he discovered by the aid of it, like what's an astrolabe again? How would you explain that?
It's basically a device to navigate the stars, and when you travel on by ship, so you look at the stars and direct it and figure it out.
So basically here it's kind of like a divining tool, right?
Yeah.
But here it's revealing some
sorry.
esoteric information, right?
Yeah.
So he looked upon the astrolabe, and to his great astonishment, he discovered by the aid of it that he who was sitting upon the throne before him was his brother Joseph. Noticing Benjamin's amazement, Joseph asked him, "What have you seen, and why are you astonished?" Benjamin said, "I can see by this that Joseph, my brother, sits here before me upon this throne." And Joseph said, "I am Joseph, your brother. Reveal not the thing unto our brothers. I will send you with them when they go away, and I will command them to be brought back again to the city, and I will take you away from them. If they risk their lives and fight for you, then shall I know that they have repented of what they did unto me, and I will make myself known unto them. But if they forsake you, I will keep you, that you should remain with me. They shall go away, and I will not make myself known unto them."
It's not in the Torah, it's in the Quran. Very short, but explaining in the Midrash. It's from Midrash, definitely from Midrash. Because Muslims still try to tell me, well, I think in Midrash the Jews copied from a Quran. I said, are you kidding me? If you know Jews, they could think of many things by themselves. They don't need you or Quran or anybody else. Just read. I said, read Midrash. You didn't read the Midrash. I read Midrash. Read everything, and then you could see how clearly it's based on the Torah, not on the Quran. Quran is basically spilled information out there randomly by accident. Midrash is very thoughtful. Next. The brothers called Benjamin a thief. According to the Quran, they said, if he steals the cup, a brother of his has stolen before, talking about Joseph. But Joseph kept it within himself and did not reveal it to them. He said, you are worse in position and analyze, most knowing of what you describe. Let's read the Midrash.
In a rage, his brothers shouted at Benjamin, "O you thief and son of a thief! Your mother brought shame upon our father by her thievery, and now you bring shame upon us."
So that's interesting. The Quranic passage doesn't make sense. Your brother has stolen before. What Joseph in the Quran has stolen? Nothing. I don't remember anything, not even with the Bible. But Midrash is accuser of Benjamin. Oh, you stole the cup from Pharaoh, and you're the son of a thief. Why? Rachel, exactly. So it's biblically based.
Stole Laban's idols, right?
So it's biblically based. Midrash is biblically based. Make perfect sense. Even it's talk gibberish and nonsense. Quran talking nonsense to Quran. So it's just spilling information from Midrash without knowing, attributing wrong stuff. And here we are. 2 billion people worshipping Allah. Next. Unbelievers were transformed into apes by God. And you had already known about those who transgress among you concerning the Sabbath. And we said to them, be apes despised. Say, shall I inform you of what worse of that was a penalty from Allah? It is what of those who Allah has cursed and with whom he became angry and made of them apes and pigs and slaves of Tagut. Those are worse in position and further astray from the sound way. Let's read Midrash.
That's in the Torah, right? No. Okay. So Midrash says, those who had spoken, let us ascend in the heavens, set up our idols and pay worship unto them there, God transformed into apes and phantoms. Those who had proposed to assault the heavens with their arms, God set against each other so that they fell in the combat, and those who had resolved to carry on a combat with God in heaven were scattered broadcast over the earth.
So it's a different story. in the Midrash, but the idea is used by Muhammad against the Jews. It was not about Jews in the Midrash, because Midrash was not written by the Jews to condemn the Jews, okay? It's opposite. So therefore they cannot make a mistake. They cannot attribute to the Jewish people, right? So they attribute to somebody else. So but Muhammad said, no, I have a better idea. It's speaking about you breaking the Sabbath. Well, that's not the case. Okay.
Next one, some of you might know if you've learned a bunch about Islamic apologetics.
Solomon's forces of jinn, humans, and birds were rallied for him, perfectly organized. And then they came across the valley of ants, and an ant warned, "Oh, ants, go quickly into your homes, so Solomon and his armies do not crush you unknowingly." So Solomon smiled in amusement at her words and prayed, "My Lord, inspire me to always be thankful for our favors which you have blessed me and my parents with." Let's read the Midrash.
Okay, so this is about Solomon and the ants. So on one occasion, he strayed into the valley of the ants in the course of his wanderings. He heard one ant order all the others to withdraw to avoid being crushed by the armies of Solomon. The king spoken. She told him that she was the queen of the ants, and she gave her reasons for the order of withdrawal. Solomon wanted to put a question to the ant queen, but she refused to answer unless the king took her up and placed her on his hand. He acquiesced, and then he put his question, "Is there anyone greater than I in all the world?" "Yes," said the ant. Solomon said, "Who?" The ant said, "I am."
I think that's, I could call blasphemous. To attribute the Quran to God who created the universe and said that's from his word and it's real happens in the reality. It's really make me upset. So don't tell me that the Quran, at least this part, is from God. It's from Legends of the Jews. It's a bedtime story for kids.
You got anything to say?
No, that's end of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically the Midrash. So I want to draw your attention especially, just as we kind of pull it all together. If you open your Qurans to Surah 25, we read this before, but I want you to see it again. Very important verses. Essentially, where is this all going to conclude? Where would we want to bring it all to? What is the explanation where the Quran came from? Surah 25, 4-5. It says, so this is what Allah is saying to Muhammad. The disbeliever, so the people who are rejecting the Quran and Muhammad, what do they say? The disbelievers say, "This Quran is nothing but a fabrication, which he," that's Muhammad, "made up with the help of others. Their claim is totally unjustified and untrue. And they say, these revelations are only ancient fables, legends, which he has had written down, and they are rehearsed to him morning and evening." So what did the people at the time of Muhammad who rejected it believe? That the Quran and this oral revelation that he's passing on, what is it really? Legends of the Jews. So there is a work we want to draw your attention to, and I think we won't have it on the slides, but so it's called The Legends of the Jews by Louis Ginsberg. You can download an app. Actually, you know what? If you can, are you able to access, go out of the presentation, go on Google Drive? I'm able to get something for you. So there's an app called Safaria, which has all sorts of Jewish sources, including you can access Legends of the Jews on there. So let me just explain.
I'll show Safaria.
Yeah, but if you go to Google Drive, we can open the. I should be able to get my presentation. It's another presentation where I prepared slides to kind of explain how to put things on your phone, step by step. So it would be nice to have that.
Oh, I think that was.
Just one sec. Yeah, can you bring that? Yeah. You can. And then, well, maybe you can download it and then you can play it, or yeah. So I'll just explain what Legends of the Jews is while he's getting it set up. So Legends of the Jews, written by Rabbi Louis Ginsburg. I think it was published in 1906 or 09 or something.
9 and 10.
Yeah. So it's obviously modern, but what that work is, it is a compilation of all the legends he was able to collect from all the different sources, okay, that many of them are very old, long before Muhammad, in Jewish sources and some other legends, and putting them together in a readable fashion. So he basically kind of put them in a narrative, put them all together, in the course of 4 volumes. Okay, so 4 volumes of Jewish legends, which I have had the pleasure of reading through. Okay, if you feel like some of these were like, wow, crazy, read through 4 volumes. Okay, so actually we also made it so you can get it on this app, which will show you Safaria or their website. Also, you can get it on there. But we also have a Google Drive folder we can share with you if you want to actually move forward in really learning and absorbing, and if you want to look up anything. So I created, basically, I found it online in the book. So I have it in one PDF, and it's searchable, and as well as I have it in audio. Okay, so you can listen to it. I think it's maybe 24 or 36 hours straight audio. Okay, so you can spend a few days, full days if you want, listening through the whole thing, if you want to go crazy, but that's also there to help you. I got tired of reading it, so I had to just listen to it while I'm driving or something. Yeah. This is not really, can you pull it up so it's full screen?
Yeah, I'll try.
Here, yeah. Is there full screen there?
5th page. 5th visible. Try this one.
No, it's not going to.
5th page. Or you want 5th visible maybe. On Zoom.
I'm sorry, guys.
Let me zoom out. Let's put it.
You're going to do it?
Yeah, so let's see.
Okay, no, I got it. No, go back. Go back. Whatever you did, undo that. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think, no, sort of. Yeah, here we practical stuff. We need that. We need it fixed. Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. Okay. So practical stuff. So on if you have an iPhone, this is for iPhone, so it might not be exact on Android. So we recommend for you to have this practically with you when you're talking with anybody, especially if it's on, out of season, so to speak. You got to be prepared. So on your phone, so there's a website called Quran.com. On this, and you can do this on an iPhone. I'm not sure if you can do this on an Android. But if you go to Quran.com, definitely you can at least bookmark it, okay, on whatever phone. But on iPhone, if you go to Quran.com and then see at the bottom, circled is you go to share. That's the share button. You select share. See on the left side here. Okay, forget that. Forget this. Okay. On the right side, then you select add to home screen. Okay. And then what it will do is on the left side, that's what it will look like. Okay. So you'll have it on your home screen on your phone like an app. It will turn the website into an app. You can do that, by the way, with any website. Okay, so then now you have it easily accessible on your home screen. Just go click it, and I put it under my religion section. I've got lots on my phone. Now, when you open the app, or on your phone, the website, you'll see this at the top, selects the settings, little thing at the top. And then under settings, make these changes to it. You can change the font size. You can select a whole bunch of changes. This is what I use. So I'll select this for word. Okay, I'll select these 3. And if you want afterward, you can come up and do this, okay? I'm just going to show you practically. And then after you select these various things, then you click on this bubble, and that will allow you to select translations that will show, okay? So then it will list a whole bunch of translations. These are the ones, it's an older one that I made. I use a lot more now, but these were the 4 ones that I've used a lot. Okay, the ones that I would select, Abdullah Yusuf Ali is kind of a classic English one that people use. Mustafa Khattab is the Clear Quran. Taqi-ud-Din al-Hilali and Musin Khan. So short form is Halali Khan. Select that one. That one's very important because it provides even more explanation from traditional commentary in the text. So there's a lot of bracketed information in it that will tell you what is traditionally understood is the context, is the meaning. Or when it says they, who is it? Oh, it's the Jews. Or which scriptures, Torah, Gospel, etc., right? So it's a very helpful source. Sahih International is another translation, very good. In contrast to that in the Clear Quran, Clear Quran's kind of in the middle. It provides some in it, not as much as Wali Khan. Sahih International is like the opposite end, more literal. So it doesn't provide much at all in terms of commentary or interpretation into the text. So when you're wanting to know more literally what it says, Sahih International is a pretty good, reliable guide to see, okay, like how would you render it more literally? So like when I use examples in the first pillar of Master Key, Quran affirming the Torah and all those different passages, some of those passages it says that the Quran confirmed the scriptures before you, the previous scriptures, but literally it's that which is with you. It confirmed that which is with you. And you'll see that in Sahih International. Okay? And you can check, even though if you don't know Arabic, it will have, you follow these settings, it will have the Arabic word for word. You can click on it. It will give the sound. It will give the transliteration, the sound of the word, and it will give the general literal meaning of each word under it. Okay? Okay, so then once you've done your settings, then you go back to the home page there. And then how do you look it up? You scroll down to click on the surah number, the chapter number. So you'll see here on the right side, surah, so this is surah 2. Then you click on the top here, the little arrow to pull down, and it will pull open this menu. And it will list the surahs and the verses. So you scroll down or you type in the verse. I always find it is pretty laggy loading it, so just give it time to load. And then you can look at it, and this was kind of what you may see. Okay, so the Arabic transliteration, and you can click on it, will give you the sound, the literal meaning under each word. Then you can compare it with different translations, and some of them have footnotes. Here's more translations you'll see listed under each verse. Okay, the other main source, so that's Quran. How do you access all those hadith and stuff that we've been sharing with you? By the way, if you notice some of the numbering of the hadith references, if you were looking closely, are different than what was on the presentation and what's on your handout, that's because Alex's presentation is like, he's been using it for a long time. So when he would cite the references for the hadith, there are a few different referencing systems for the hadith. It's very confusing, okay? So I wanted to make sure that you know how to find it, and if ever a Muslim is questioning you, you can look it up and show them, okay? So the numbering for Alex is not something that if they were to look it up, they're gonna not find it, okay? So I put the numbering that in the handout, okay, that you want to use. It's a different referencing system. So how do you look it up? Go to sunnah.com. So same thing, you can add it to your home screen, you can bookmark it, okay, sunnah.com. And then on the, so I've already gone through add home screen, etc. So when you go back to open it and look for something, so for example, in the 5th pillar of Master Key, when Muhammad is in the cave and the angel Gabriel comes to him, that's in Sahih al-Bukhari. So on the home page of sunnah.com, you'll have all, this is a list of a whole bunch of different collections of hadith. Okay, if you're not familiar with generally what that was until this conference, this is an ocean of literature. This is like is enormous. Quran is tiny. Okay. Sahih Bukhari is a collection of sayings and things from the life of Muhammad, categorized by topic. They're all categorized by topic. Sahih Bukhari, if you bought it in volumes, is 9 volumes. Okay, Sahih Muslim is 7 volumes. It's the second one. And there are 6 major collections. Those are 2 that are the most authoritative collections of hadith for Sunni Muslims, which is most Muslims. 6 collections like that. Okay. Do you think that Muslims have read all those collections? No, absolutely not. Okay. So you want to look up the reference. So Sahih al-Bukhari, you click on that. Then it will pull up a list of the different books in Sahih Bukhari, the different topics. So then you click on the first book. Okay, but now how do you know what to click on? Okay, so you see the numbers under each book, 1 to 7, 8 to 58, etc., right? It will give you the hadith numbers under each of the books. So forget the book number, just go to the hadith number. So this referencing system gives you just one number for the hadith through the whole collection. So it's like 4,000 whatever hadith. Could be like that many because there's so many, it's so long, okay? So you just need the number, then you look that up. So you figure out which book that is, wherever that number range is, you click on that, okay, and then you'll find it. Then you just need to scroll down to find that number within that range. Okay, I mentioned Safaria. So you want to get the Midrash as an app. You can also get it as the PDF and an audio we have for you available, but this is the app. You can also just go to their website, Safaria, so Sefaria, Safaria. You can download that app. Then when you open the app, this is what it looks like in the middle screenshot. Click on Midrash. Okay, under Midrash, there's lots of things under Midrash. Click on Legends of the Jews. That's Louis Ginsburg's compilation of... You want to help with the mic?
Okay, so my question, I guess, is I want to ask both of your personal opinions then on, so clearly Muhammad learned these stories from hearing them recited by Jews. So I'm wondering the chronology of events. Do you think that after his encounter in the cave and then going to Waraka, hearing that from Waraka, do you think that is what prompted him to then go to synagogues or start listening to the Jews? Or do you think it was already happening beforehand? I'm just curious what you think the chronology of it
Like what
is.
really happened?
Yeah.
So what really happened and what the Islamic sources say can be completely different things. Our approach is not based on what we really think happened, in a manner of speaking, like, because we could question the historical reliability of all their sources, right? So some people do that. We don't do that. We just take it for granted, whatever they consider reliable, and then we reason from within that as an internal critique. Like personally, I don't know whether Waraka existed, whether he's like some legend later on. Actually, there is evidence that the cave narrative comes from a Christian legend, actually, and then was imported. Actually, an academic Muslim friend we know pointed this out, and he's like, "That's why I don't believe it." So sometimes that's extremely rare. You're not going to counter that, okay? But because every Muslim believes it. But like that comes from historical scholarship. So what do we think really happened though in general, I'm going to say, is so we believe that, I was explaining this at the lunch break to some people. So critical scholars, like Western scholars who are critical looking at what really happened historically with the origins of Islam, how did it develop and originate. And I also think a lot of Christian apologists tend to say that essentially Islam started as, let's say, sort of like a Christian heresy, like a heretical sect off of mainly Christianity. Because in the Quran you also have Christian legends, like apocryphal legends, like Jesus forming a clay bird and breathing into it and coming to life. Okay, so things like that from the Arabic infancy gospel. These are late gospel, centuries after the first century. Okay, but before Muhammad, and they find their way in the Quran. And of course, there's a denial of Christian doctrine about the Trinity and Jesus' sonship and divinity and the cross. So, okay, so where did all this come from? How does it all come together? I think what we're basically getting to the point, what we think the simple answer is, this is wrong to think that it comes out of Christianity primarily. It's not a heretical, we believe it's not a heretical sect of Christianity, it's a heretical sect of rabbinical Judaism. Okay, that's key point. In other words, it's not coming out of a distortion of Christian teaching, it's primarily a distortion and coming out of teaching that's rabbinical. And what we believe is that Muhammad basically, and I would try to support this from things we see in the Quran and everything, is basically he was a Gentile, non-Jew, Arab, and he was surrounded by polytheists, idol worshippers, but also there were Jews around. And he kind of maybe coming from Warka or somebody else in his family who was monotheist, some sort of monotheistic tradition, but not Jewish. He was against idols, and so he wanted to get rid of these idols and paganism. And he saw essentially friends and allies in the Jews because we believe the same thing. We reject idols. So he thought of himself on the same page as them, and thought, okay, well, like we can band together, so to speak, and rid this of idolatry. But the Jews were not supportive of him. And Muhammad didn't really understand why. This is our theory, right? Is because in his thought, there's only one God. We were saying there's only one God of all people. There's only one God over all of humanity. It's not just about Jews. But you guys think that you're special, right? You're the chosen people. Okay, well, yeah, you are special in the sense the Quran says that they were given many prophets. So many prophets, so uniquely gifted, the Israelites, the children of Israel were. God was so gracious to them, sending them so many prophets, way more than any other nation. Like how blessed you were. But you're not chosen because you're special. You're only special because he sent those prophets, right? So don't think don't think highly of yourself. This is God's mercy. And yet you rejected the prophets. And now you're rejecting me, right? Well, like, look where you're at. 7th century Jews, no temple, exiled out of the land, not looking good for you, right? You're under God's judgment. So why are you thinking that you're chosen and special? Look, you're under judgment. That's no longer. Yeah, you were given all those prophets, but you disobeyed them, and now you're disobeying me. I'm just coming like the other prophets. We teach the same thing, one God, don't add any idols, just believe, do deeds of righteousness and charity, and pray. But same thing as what you guys are teaching, because it is basically the same thing, other than the special chosen status of Israel. The theology is basically the same. It's not Christian theology, it's rabbinic theology. Okay? So then he got upset with the Jews, because like the Jews are being unreasonable for not accepting him because there's only one God for all of people of humanity, and they should not be thinking of themselves as extra righteous and special because they're rejecting him like they rejected all the prophets. Right? So then where does the Christian stuff come in? I think it comes in by, look, okay, the Jews are rejecting him, which, by the way, Alex, you want to say something about those early surahs? Yeah. What you discovered?
So, you see on the screen, I just recently pulled out information. When we have a surah number 1, 2, 3, so right in the Quran, but logical. If you put in chronology, we'll see a very interesting point. You can see that from surah 1 to 5 mention Jews few times. It mentioned Jonah bypassing, and then from chronologically surah 37 in order. and on, it starts mentioning the prophets like David, Moses, Aaron, and then out of the blue, chronological Surah 44, which is like Surah 19 actually. It's talking about John the Baptist, Mary, and Jesus, and then it's go back to Old Testament stories again, including adoption of the Moses by the wife of Pharaoh and story of Moses' marriage, which is very critical for showing how the Quran, how the Muhammad been out of the Quran. So you see, it's always mentioned. It never mentioned Christian by name. And you see the line 86, the number which is like Surah chronological 86. I have to break it because I can't put on the screen. So when Muhammad came to Medina, and Surah number 2, historical order, is when name Christian come from first. And it mentioned only in 3, 4, 5, 6 surahs. In later surahs, the name Nasara mentioned in the 6th surah, never in Meccan surahs. But Meccan surahs up there, so it's all mentioned about Jews, and in the green you can see that it just mentioned Jews as a nation, as a people of the book. So he was not kind of talking about Christians at all in the early stage, only when he came to Medina. And that's basically, I tried to figure out when and who influenced him. For me, it's telling that he was influenced by the Jews most of the time, from the beginning. How? Because Muslims said, oh, there was no Jewish presence in Medina, in Mecca. Sure, yes, but nobody lived in isolation. People travel from Tabuk, from Yemen, from whatever, from Najran of Yemen, from Khaybar, from Jerusalem. So they interact with each other as we interact with each other, right? So I'm pretty sure they have knowledge of Old Testament.
So Muslims often say that Jews are not in Mecca, but if you go to page 4 in your handout, okay, I have that quote I read to you already before, but look at what it says. And the quote at the bottom of page 4 from the study Quran, jump down to halfway into the quote at the bottom of the page. However, given the presence of Jews, Christians and Jews in Mecca, that's Mecca. So the study Quran is acknowledging there were Jews and Christians in Mecca. So which is it? Okay, we don't really know. Muslims can make their claims. We don't really know. What we do know is that the supposed order, according to the traditional ordering of the revelation of the surahs, Christians are not mentioned in the early ones. And Jews are always mentioned, and it's almost always stories of Old Testament. What's the numbers of verses you've calculated, do you remember, from Old Testament stories versus New Testament stories in the Quran?
Yeah, it's just roughly from my head. It's 1,100 something verses from the Old Testament. In the Quran, it's dealing with the stories of Old Testament. It's not mentioning. And of the New Testament, from John the Baptist, Mary, and Jesus, 117 only. So it's 10 times less, almost, than in the mentioning of the Old Testament.
Yeah, so there's 10 times more material talking about Old Testament stuff in the Quran than New Testament. Which just means there's way more for us to talk about when we're even talking about the Tanakh, the Torah. So yeah, generally the point is, where did it come from? Rabbinical Judaism, which we see midrash all over the place. So what about the Christian influence? I think it was just really, if Muhammad was really driven by this idea of monotheism, one God for everybody, nobody is a special people, really. God is God of everybody. So it went from that like sort of rejection of the special status of the Jews to, in other words, he thinks he should be able to be considered a prophet because he's teaching the same things, but he's not a Jew. Right? So for him to be legitimate as a prophet, as a non-Jew, the religion, the true religion of the prophets really is for everybody. Okay? So don't think you're special. So the Christians, same. You guys are monotheists, but you guys are turning a man into a god. So you're now falling into idolatry. So stop that. And actually, how do rabbinical Jews think of Jesus? How do rabbinical Jews think of Jesus? Well, some of them say he's a false prophet, okay? All of them will say he's not the Messiah. Some of them will say he's a false prophet and was teaching false things, but some of them don't say that. Some of them say, yeah, he was a good rabbi, but he didn't teach those things the Christians are saying. What does that sound like? Muhammad, it's the same thing. The only difference is, I think Muhammad was saying, like, okay, he is the Messiah, like the Christians say, so Jews, just accept him as the Messiah. Come on already. But Christians, he's not God. Come on. Like, so they're both got something wrong, but it's really not about Jesus. Jesus is just included because he's another good rabbi, another good prophet like all the other prophets. See? So we can all be on the same page. It's a unifying thing, what Muhammad is bringing.
Yeah.
I can understand why you're using the Midrash, but Midrash is Agadah.
Yeah.
So you're trying to, I think, make a theological assumption from Agadah, and no theological assumptions can be made from Agadah. It's not, the fantasticness of the story is irrelevant because Agadah is only making a point from the story. They're not making a theological argument.
So I think I get your point that it's like it's not about so much the specifics of the story, but like I mentioned before, Rabbi Neusner does make the point, what is Agadah about? What is Midrash Haggadah? It's for their theology.
Yeah,
so the
but
stories
it's not
are...
the story that makes the theological point. It
is, actually. I would disagree. So
it's the focus of the story that makes the theological point.
I'm not sure the distinction you're making then.
In other words, you can say Mary had a little lamb, and you can be talking about Jesus.
Right.
So it's not that Mary had a lamb that's the point.
Okay.
It's that the lamb was Jesus. Right?
Okay.
So Agadah uses
ahead.
stories to make a point. They make theological points, but they're not, the story is irrelevant to the theology. Is what I'm saying.
I show a few examples of, for example, Judah and Tamar. Does it make whatever Midrash said about Judah, who didn't even look at the prostitute because he's so righteous and so pious? That's theology.
That's theology. Yeah.
That's in the Midrash, Agadah.
No, but what the Agadah is actually saying is that's what you should do.
Well, it said it's been done.
Yeah. See, that's what Judah should have done.
No, it said that's what he did. It's specifically.
But it's a story, is what I'm saying. It's making.
So tell them about Skobek.
Rabbi whom we talked a few days ago, he said general consensus about among rabbi, every story from Midrash on biblical characters are taken seriously as exactly
yes, but it's not the. How can I put it?
No, I understand. You try to say, don't just take literally, find the meaning.
It's not a literal thing.
Well, it is a literal thing. That's what I say it. And I stress it out. And the rabbis agree with us. It is a literal thing.
Well, that's not my understanding of Agadah.
Well, otherwise, it's basically, you could say it's what do you call it, like a proverb or
I'm saying it's more like
allegories. They're not allegories. They actually, when God talked to Hagar, God talked to, okay.
Yeah. So So there are people who interpret it different ways, right? But so we were talking to this rabbi about it. He knows quite a lot, okay? And he was giving us the general perspective. Yeah, there are differences among some. There's always differences among Jews, right?
Yeah. Three Jews make.
Two Jews, three opinions, right? Okay, that's a common statement. So Yeah, no, we're not denying that there's different interpretations, but there is generally the view, and he's saying, like, we're asking, so did they take it as like that happened? Like, do they, right? And he said, yeah, unless there's some reason in it, that points to it wasn't literal, right? Which almost none of that we just read points to, then we take it basically as face value as happened. There'd have to be a reason for us to not take it in the way that it's written.
Well, like let's take the one about the ant and Solomon, for instance, okay?
Okay, sure.
So the point of that story is the ant commanded Solomon to lift him up.
Okay.
So that makes the ant
Her, yeah.
greater than
Yeah.
Solomon,
Okay.
right? So that's the whole thing of the story.
Right.
So
Like the principle is whoever commands is the one who has authority, greater authority.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Same thing with Judah and Tamar, right? He is righteous, so this illustrates his righteousness because he didn't sin with sleeping with Tamar. God compelled him by the angel of love. Okay? But the principle behind it is theological. That's why the Midrash is teaching theology. That's what Jacob Nusser is explaining, because behind that is saying they're righteous. They're really righteous. They're not just forensically righteous, like we would say in Christian theology. They're righteous because they believe, or Abraham believed and he was counted righteous. He's not actually righteous in and of his own character. But rabbis do believe that. Rabbinical Judaism does teach that, contrary to what the Bible teaches.
I'm not sure.
Well, they do. They definitely do. So
But I'm getting
that's
back,
what you see in the
Jacob
stories, is the
Nussner-
stories illustrate the points. That's what the stories are there for.
Jacob Nussner also, have you read A Rabbi Talks with Jesus?
I've read at least most of it, yeah. Yeah.
It's a good book.
Yeah, it is a good book.
Thank you. I saw the hands. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, I was just going to say for our purposes, it wouldn't matter if it's allegory or not, because what we care is where did it come from to
That's
show
right.
up in the Quran.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, because it is a good point once we go back to.
But I would say
theology.
that the Midrash Haggadah is like the real foundation of rabbinical Judaism, not Midrash Halakha, because even though rabbinical Jews will emphasize Midrash Halakha more, I think that's actually a misdirection, because the foundation why you would accept Midrash Halakha, the legal expansion, the expansion on the law, is because of Midrash Haggadah, because of the accounts of oral Torah. Oral Torah is the foundation of the law expansion, and that is not in the law, it's in the stories, right? So God revealed 2 Torahs on Mount Sinai, written and oral. Oral Torah is all the rabbinical traditions, so that's where it all comes from. That's Haggadah. So we would say really the true foundation of rabbinical Judaism is Midrash Haggadah. Yeah, and so that is really theological. That's behind the law as well. Yeah. Anyway, we can. Thank you for raising those questions. Yeah, Brian.
Can you said something briefly about it one of the 2 evenings ago, but can you just remind us a little bit of the history of the Midrash, time-wise, orally, and then committed to writing?
Yeah, so the terms of time-wise, there are many written texts that we have from all different time periods, going back as early as the intertestamental period, that include Jewish legends, right? So these are before New Testament, after Old Testament, in the 400-year gap. Okay, so some of these are called, like one that probably you've all heard of is First Enoch. Okay, so that has Jewish legends throughout it. Okay, there's Jubilees. Okay, Tobit, lots of other things. Okay, so so that some of that's like formally what we call Apocrypha or Deuterocanonical books in the Catholic canon that has the intertestamental books they add in. Okay, so but there's also many other books from that time period that have Jewish legends, all the way through 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century, every century after that, AD. Okay, in terms of collections and how do rabbinic Jews view it and where they would go, there's one main collection is called Midrash Rabbah. Rabbah in Hebrew is great, the great Midrash. And so that includes the Midrash, like a book of Midrash, collection of Midrash on each of the books of the Pentateuch. Okay? And then there's also Midrash Rabbah on the Megillot, the scrolls, so other books in the Tanakh. I'm pretty sure that all of those would be dated well before Muhammad, like from 200-300s AD. So when you want to get more specific, it gets much more complex when you're trying to date. And but many of these, like how they are generally regarded by scholars, most of these kinds of collections and texts are pre-Islamic. Okay, now some of it is also post-Islamic and contemporaneous in the 7th century, but much of it is before. You have a lot of Midrash Haggadah that's included in the Talmud. There's 2 Talmuds. One was finished in 400 AD, the other's in 500 AD. Both of them are pre-Muhammad. So you have, for example, the story that's in the Quran that's also Midrashic, that's in the Talmud, okay, is famous one that's known, that's legendary, that's in the Quran, is Abraham just smashing his father's idols. Okay, so that's in Talmud, which we know is clearly pre-Islamic because everybody dates the Talmud to 400 or 500 AD, always before, even if there's a range of some guessing of the dates. Now, we don't have manuscripts of those texts before Muhammad. Okay, so someone could try to challenge it based on manuscript. So then it comes down to, okay, so what do you do if they start challenging? Maybe these legends are after. Okay, well, this is an area of research of ours that's ongoing. Okay, so we kind of stumbled upon Midrash as this is a major way to respond. Was it 2 summers ago or 3 summers ago we started looking into it?
I think 2.
Two summers ago, so not that long ago, a couple of years ago. And there's so much stuff to look at, right? And all this you have to look up. You can look up the original sources, but the reality is, look, when you look at the accounts and you compare them, which is obviously the original, which is the one that comes out of the other. There are many signs just by analyzing the text that you can see it, even if you don't have a manuscript, even if there's debate about dating it. Okay, because Midrash was oral before it was written. And so that also creates a complexity to dating. When was it originally like formed or authored in an oral form before it was written down, right? Because some of it purportedly could have been transmitted for hundreds of years orally before it was written down. So when we get it written down in 400 or 300 AD, it goes way back.
So I could say, but what I read from a Jewish website about Midrash, specifically about oral Torah, they say that what they claim is when Moses received the entire Torah on the Mount Sinai, he also received entire oral Torah, which is like 100 times or 1,000 times bigger volume than the Torah itself. So he remembered everything miraculously, and then he passed information to next guy. So idea is a rabbi teaching, finding the proper young guy, and he teaching him. That became a rabbi, and then he teaching somebody else. That in that case, if you write the Torah and it's been captured by goyim, Gentiles, so there is no way for the Jews to protect it because it's written and then the paper, and somebody grab it and run away and then read it and know the old stories. But oral tradition, you cannot do that. You have to be taught by a rabbi. You have to prove yourself. You have to be Jewish. You have to be knowledgeable. Then rabbi pick you up and start teaching you. You became a next rabbi. So in that case, that's what they say, the knowledge been protected 100%. So the book could be snatched and read, but not oral transmitted stories. And they said until about, I forgot, was it like 300 AD, they said, oh, we've been passing information by word of mouth, which, like, I'm sorry guys, like, I don't believe that stuff. Why? Because you cannot, I don't know, maybe somebody could recite or remember verbatim entire Torah. Okay, no mind Old Testament, just the Torah. But to remember exactly everything in the oral Torah or the Midrash is like, it's impossible. I don't think it's computer, yeah, you can contain everything, but not for human mind. You can make mistake, and intentionally. So I think what the Jews said, well, we remember that, but then we start fearing that we might lose information. So we decided to write it down, and it took us 700 years to write down everything from oral Torah which we learn. And I was like, no, guys, I think it's 700 years you make stuff up. Because if you claim that any young boy, let's say at age of 10, let's say, or 14 or 13 after bar mitzvah, start learning Midrash, and he learned it by the age of, let's say, 40, so for 30 years he managed to remember everything and then became a rabbi and started teaching somebody else. So that 30 years for him, to dictate somebody writing down and make take longer, for example, right? But it will be within 100 years done. All you need just to, from a rabbi dictating, and then he dropped dead, and another picked up, and another rabbi picked up from that moment, and so on, right? So,
right. Otherwise, it would be too much for them to have had memorized.
Exactly.
Otherwise, because they couldn't recite it all.
700 years, but you remember it's in 10 years, and then you cannot recite in 100 years to be written down. Does make sense?
It wasn't. All the information wasn't kept by just one rabbi.
Sure.
Rabbis would be different
sure.
portions of the midrash and stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's how it got to the prince.
Yeah, that's their claim. Yeah, so what you can, there's many ways you can refute it. The fact is, when you read the written Torah, what does it say? All the words of the Torah were written down in Deuteronomy. Okay, it's done. There's nothing else. So the law that was revealed to Moses was done with the Pentateuch. There's no room for additional. That's also why he says don't add or remove, don't add or subtract. Also, if we think, they got to write it down in case they lose it, even if it's kept by many minds. Okay?
At the same time, by the way.
But think Old Testament history after Moses. Were the Israelites following the Torah? Okay, what happened with Josiah and the Torah scroll? It was discovered because nobody was reading it, no one was following it. So were they diligently passing on the oral Torah that's 1,000 times bigger than the Torah?
No way.
No way, because they weren't even following the written Torah. Okay, so in many ways, the whole concept of oral Torah is nonsense. Okay, but it's just a myth, and that's the same thing as the rest of the things that we've been reading. Okay, so
idea of Midrash, basically discovering Midrash and studying it and connecting it to the Quran and to the modern day Judaism, rabbinical Judaism, we basically what they call we hitting the two birds with one stone. Meaning the Midrash will condemn Quran and rabbinical Judaism at the same time.
Okay, so just a quick question. So the Midrash, was it ever recited as part of, in the synagogue? Was that part of a service within the synagogue?
Can't tell you, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't think so. It's been taught.
You mean like all the stories?
Oh, and the rabbi, you know what he said? Yeah, a rabbi said to us that problem with the youth, Jewish youth who are studying in yeshiva, they don't know the difference between Midrash and the Torah because they've been taught simultaneously. So that's what he said.
So it was part of it was recited in the synagogue.
I'm not sure about synagogue. Sure. I'm talking about yeshiva. Studying, well, when you study, it's not like in a sermon. It's most likely in school.
Yeah, and there are stages to how you learn. You learn written Torah, and you keep growing. There's stages. Yeah. If you want to read about that, a good book is Birger Gerhardsen, Memory and Manuscript. It's also very helpful for understanding the oral transmission is huge in rabbinic circles, even in ancient cultures, and is actually even for New Testament, right? So the source of the Gospels isn't I'm just going to say, really stupid idea that scholars have about Q, some written document that it's not a written document, it's orally memorized, because that's what the Jews did. Disciples of rabbis, students of rabbis, memorized the rabbis' teachings. So Birger Gerhardsen really helps explain this. And so that's why there's so almost verbatim similarity in many of the things in the Synoptic Gospels, because they all had the same oral source. They were all there. They memorized it, right? But then they adapted it for the purpose of how they were writing their gospel account. Okay, so understanding oral transmission is really important. And actually, they did memorize vast amount of things orally, not like today. Like they didn't have a cloud or something. But there's limits, right? There's limits to how much. And obviously, when you think of the Old Testament history, these were not people that were faithfully memorizing vast literature, even outside the Old Testament.
That's why there's much repetition in the Old Testament. It was because it's a mnemonic concept, right? That they repeat things over and over again, so that.
Yeah, because people didn't have their own personal copies of the Tanakh, right? So they have to memorize a lot of it, learn it, but they were very dependent. Like, what is the law for the kings? They have to write their own copy of the Torah, right? So that's not everybody. Not everyone gets their own personal copy, but the kings did. Yeah. Okay. How about any questions? But any questions maybe about like practically talking, like going through this kind of approach, or
How would you approach a Muslim woman?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah. How would you approach a Muslim woman and try and give the gospel, other than the Roman road? Would you start with that, like John? Let's see, Romans 3:23 and 6:23, and then John 3:16. I guess think of those three verses. Is that how you'd start with these people, or?
Were you with us on the first night?
Pardon?
No.
Okay, so you need to go back to our first session, okay? Because no, the answer is absolutely none of that, okay? Because we don't ever share the gospel until we've first dismantled the Quran.
Dismantle what?
The Quran. Okay, so the thing that's standing in the way for them to understand and receive the gospel, even to understand it, as like not silliness, because for them it's silliness. You believe silliness. Yeah, because they think you're really a polytheist. You believe in three gods. This is what they think. Okay.
But why are they different than us? Basically.
Different.
If you're ignorant of the scriptures, you just give them that beginning.
No, because their script. No, hold on. Because you can't start there, because.
That's what I was taught. Evangelism is start.
It may be in general with many individuals, like people who have no religious foundations. Okay.
But why are they different? Just because they're a different
Why
religion?
are they different is because it's a post-Christian, anti-Christian religion.
It's a post-Christian.
Post-Christian, anti-Christian religion. Okay? As is Rabbinic Judaism. Is post-Christian, anti-Christian. Okay? Because they're built on post-biblical, I should say, for Rabbinic Judaism. So basically they're based in distortions of biblical teachings and rejection of biblical teachings. So we're not talking to, it's one thing if I'm talking to an atheist or an agnostic, someone who doesn't have any religious association or affiliation or allegiance. They might know nothing about the Bible and Christianity, and they're just a skeptic, or they just don't know. Then I can just inform them, and I can talk to them about that. But if I'm talking to somebody who already has an existing framework, belief system, and that belief system, embedded in the belief system, is explicitly an awareness of things that we believe and a rejection of them, and reasons why they reject it. For me to then come in and say, oh, you should believe this. Here's what we believe, and they just hear, oh, that's stupid.
I just think that
Yeah.
to realize that we're all sinners before God.
They understand we're all sinners before God. We just don't need any atoning sacrifice. That's Islamic theology and rabbinic theology, right? So the way to help them understand is first the authority that is the lens through which they interpret everything we say, which is the Quran. That has to be out of the way first. It's the obstacle for them to hear the gospel. Okay? So yes, that means it's more difficult. It is much more difficult. And that's actually, I would say, ultimately, false religions that have arisen in response to biblical religion are there ultimately is demonic in origin, right? It's opposition. So those false, satanic opposition, distorted religions, right? The best deception, right, is the one that has the most truth. Okay? So there's so much we can actually agree with what they say, as with rabbinic Jews, but it distorts certain things. And that's what makes it much more difficult for them to even hear us. So we have to, it's like if I'm going through the jungle, okay, and I need to get to the other side of the jungle, I need a machete to cut all the stuff, cut me a path to get through the jungle. Okay, so all the jungle that's in my way is the authority, the Quran and Hadith, that are teaching things contrary to what the Bible teaches and is the basis why Muslims always say the Bible is corrupted, etc. So until we get that out of the way, we're not going to get to the other side. Okay, so that's essentially what we're doing. Romans Road and all that stuff is at the very end, after we've done all of that, and it's in the handout, Romans Road. Okay.
I did it. As I said, I had an opportunity talking to a Muslim woman, and I just asked her who she thought Jesus was. She says, a man who didn't have a father. And I said, well, his name is not Jesus. Really, that's become an English word, but it's Greek. I told her about Yeshua being the Hebrew name.
And how did she respond to all this?
Very positively. Actually, she went berserk. But at least she listened. She
Wait, berserk or positive?
Well, positive afterwards, she went berserk because she started.
Did she accept what you were saying?
She really did. She listened to me, and I give her the Roman Road, and she said, well, that's very interesting.
I'm hearing contradictory things. So you're saying she did accept it or she didn't?
Immediately, she didn't. Then she stayed, and she listened even more. She listened that Jesus, or Yeshua, was one with the Father, because that's what I said. One with the Father.
And she agreed or she just understood?
She agreed. Or she just listened.
So she left Islam?
I talked to this woman 5 different times of the same thing about Yeshua. And she listened and listened. I didn't go into her history. I didn't go into my history. I just told her what this Roman road was. And John 3:16, we're all sinners before God.
So is she a Christian now?
Pardon?
Is she a Christian now?
Is she what? Christian. No, I think I just kind of planted a few truths in her because she said.
Okay, I'm not trying to like belittle what you're saying. I'm just saying ultimately what we want to do is get through to them and help them to really understand and be open in a place, like be in a place where they can be open to receiving it, right? We can't make them choose, okay? It's their choice, okay? But what we're saying is overall, like, and frankly, like, you could just share the simple gospel with some people and they might accept it. We're not denying that can happen. It can happen through other ways too, whatever, miracles, dreams, whatever. But for us, we can't control that. All we can control is what we know and how we communicate. So all we do is focus on training you on that. Be prayerful, be loving, okay? Trust in God's providence. But in addition to all that, like that, frankly, that's the easy stuff, okay? The hard stuff is learning this kind of stuff to be able to share with them and communicate it well. Yeah. So that's what we focus on.
I didn't think I'd see her again. That's why I gave her zip, zip. And she listened.
Right, okay. You know, I do find that there's different people, right? Different kinds of Christians, different kinds of Muslims. But I do find a lot of Muslims are very, unless you are bringing something that's extremely offensive, they're really good at listening. That's my experience, okay? And, but even though they listen, if I just share them Christian theological stuff, they just think it's foolishness, and because that's what the Quran teaches. So there's no reason for them to doubt it. They just see, here's an example of someone who believes the thing that the Quran warns us against, right? So we got to help them break out of that paradigm and give them something to think about.
So I'd like, 1 second. I just want to just talk about this part. I try to explain it separately, right? So this is very simple.
Yeah, we skip this part.
We skip this part. Now it's important. So let's say we want to launch satellite on the space. That's our goal, okay? But there's a problem, the gravity. We have to use 80%, over 80% of the weight of the mass, just a fuel, to shoot this 18% satellite in the space. So it's very unproductive. but we have to defy gravity. So the same thing with ministry to Muslims. So when we minister to Muslims, we have the same obstacle, but instead of gravity, we're talking about influence of the Quran on their mind. The Muslims are people who believe in the Quran, and it's like a gravity to hold them in the position. So the master key, what it does, it's
which is our methodology.
Yeah, our methodology. We use it to penetrate that border of gravity. We launch them away from influence of the Quran. We defy gravity, defy influence of the Quran and Muslim mind. And over here, we start preaching original sin, and at least laying down the foundation of Old Testament. And after that, very seamlessly, we preach Christ's sacrifice. So only then we have very seamless opportunity without intervention to speak about it.
Right, so maybe I can just say, to make sure we're following, is that, so gravity really represents the resistance, okay? And anybody who's talked with, any good amount of Muslims knows that there's a lot of resistance, okay? So how do we overcome that? What is that resistance? It's coming from their framework, from the authority of the Quran, which is teaching things against what the Bible teaches. So how do we overcome that? We overcome that through what we've taught you, right? Which is the master key, all those pillars, dismantling the authority of the Quran. Then you're outside of the barrier of gravity. You've gone beyond it, right? You had enough fuel to get out of it.
So when you preach Christ, to devoted Muslim or called born-again Muslim, you have a very difficult problem. I mean, you have a problem because it's almost like very few Muslims will listen to you if they are really Muslim. I'm not talking about nominal Muslim, I'm talking about the real one. But sometimes it works. Why? Because they're nominal. They don't really believe in the Quran. They don't know much of the Quran. And you share gospel with them, they pick up right away. Mm-hmm. And they could convert. But with a nominal, devoted Muslim, it doesn't work. So that's why, out of necessity, do you think I just decided, let's make a master key. Let's have how many points? 3? No, 5. And I just fill the blanks. No. It came out of necessity and desperation. Because I was not able to penetrate minds of the Muslims while they're coming to me on the streets for about 4 years. I couldn't do anything. They just, laugh at me. Well, they could be polite, but nevertheless, I feel very stressed out because I cannot do anything. They're not convinced by the end of the day.
And they sort of, in a way, I can understand, sort of legitimately laugh at us because they really think, you believe in, why do you believe in 3 gods but you say you believe in one? Why do you worship a man? Right? Those kind of things. Like to them, it's such silliness, right? Doesn't make any sense why you would just believe in one God, etc. Right? Yeah.
So that basically forced me into that, and it works so far.
And actually, I want to say about the born-again Muslim thing. So I had an experience at this recent convention we went to. We were talking to this Muslim guy, because he's using born-again because this is like for us, right? A language we use about Christians, like, okay, like a real Christian, okay? So that's what we really mean. We don't mean like born-again in the theological sense, okay? But it was funny because we were at this convention, this Muslim convention, and I was sitting and chatting with this Muslim guy, young guy in his 20s. He's studying part-time Islam, and he mentioned, I asked him about his journey. He was telling me about his story, and then he said, and then I became born-again Muslim at this point. I'm like, wait a minute, what? You said born-again Muslim? And so I'm like, I was just immediately keyed in on that because this is something that Alex, I thought was just a really funny thing he said. And he's like, no, actually, we use that language to communicate the difference between someone who's basically nominal and someone who's like really devout, actually following it. And he's like, just so people can understand, it's not because we believe like in the Christian sense. Okay, so it's actually legitimate to use the phrase. I didn't even realize that until recently. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, if it's okay, Daniel, I'm going to put Daniel on the spot to answer some questions.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you remember, Paulo in his introduction said, like, even though he's a teaching pastor, he came here to learn something new. Right? And I think it's important that we're all here to open up our minds to learn a strategy that works. And so Daniel, who's kind of new to the faith, has already put this to the test. So my question for Daniel is, can you share some of the experiences that you've had and how effective this methodology is?
So my first ever experience at a mosque, it was an Ahmadiyya Muslim mosque. So it wasn't a Sunni mosque, but it was they're very hospitable, they're very welcoming, and there was a bunch of different religions there. There was Church of Scientology, there was Mormons, there were Jehovah's Witnesses, rabbinical Jews. It was like a whole interfaith event. And so I'd barely touched the Quran. I had just recently kind of started going to saturate with Greg, and so I decided to take up this opportunity. And as soon as they could isolate me, they had me kind of cornered, and there was 3 Muslims talking to me. And they just started like throwing assertions at me. Gospel of Luke's not written by Luke. It couldn't have been written by Luke. Jesus can't be God because of the XYZ reason. And I'm like, okay, I have a little bit of like apologetic ability at this point, but not very much. But I was finally able to like get my footing a little bit and refute like one of his claims about like the authorship about Luke. I was able to I was getting so flustered. I was able to pull it together, and I finally was like, "Okay, I got you." And he just looked at me and he went on to a different argument and just kept coming at me. And I just left there like, I felt like I got ambushed a little bit. And so it motivated me to want to be better. This is before I had a grasp of even the first pillar, like the master key. So the next time I went back, same mosque, wasn't the same people, but they were missionary students. So these are the ones that are getting trained to become imams and missionaries that get sent around the world. And I did exactly what is outlined in the strategy as I went, and I said, okay, well, I actually want to talk to you about the Torah. I don't want to talk about New Testament. I don't want to talk about who wrote the Gospels. I don't want to talk about the deity of Christ. I want you to tell me, do you believe that the Torah has been corrupted? And obviously they said yes. And then so we went and started looking at these verses. And then everything just changed. They didn't say much after that. We looked at verses. They kind of tried to give me an explanation, but they didn't say anything sufficient. They always have like a prophecy that they go to that they start talking about. And I asked them, where is the reference to this prophecy? And they didn't know. And so I realized they didn't have anything. They actually didn't have, when we go to the Old Testament. So that was my first experience, and I'd like barely understood the concept, but it turned it all around. And my other experience is when I was with Greg at a Tim Hortons, and this was with a Sunni Muslim who was well trained in dawah, and he had a more nominal Muslim with him. And the conversation, they realized how much Greg had studied, and so the guy asked him, well, why aren't you a Muslim? And he was like, that's a great question. Can I explain it to you? And they said, sure. So he did exactly what he explained. He took out these books and he was stacking them on each other, like you confirm, yes, no. They got the concept. And then he started going through all the verses that talk about confirming the Torah. And I'm not joking, like 30 to 45 minutes of just like, here's a verse. What does this mean? Yeah, okay. Another verse. All right, what does this mean? They had no idea where he was going with it, because he just kept going verse after verse after verse after verse, and they're just kind of like, what's your point?
But they're reading everything.
Right. And then we got to the point where like, okay, we're going to compare Surah Yusuf with Genesis 37. And we had it out, and the one guy was actually Egyptian and was fluent in Arabic, so he had the Arabic out too, so we could check it. And we're going through it, and they even admitted that the details have to be right, because that's what it said. And they went through, and at the end, they were like, oh, yeah, they're way different. Way different.
And you get them both.
I mean, that's basically it. Like, they really had nothing from that point moving forward. They were just kind of like, the nominal Muslim guy, like, we've actually seen the Dawa guy a number of times after that meeting.
I wouldn't say he's nominal, actually. I think he's quite devout. The other guy that was there. Yeah.
Okay.
But he's not as trained.
Okay.
I would say he's not as trained, but he's definitely devout.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It ended up being that he wasn't interested in this truth pursuit with us after that conversation. And the other one, it was mostly, I would say, Uzair, I think is his name, the trained Dawa guy.
But yeah.
But he, I don't know, I think it's like mental gymnastics, that it's like we saw him later in another sort of dialogue setting, and he was kind of repeating the same things that he said in that conversation that Greg refuted. So these are my like major experiences with the method, and just seeing actually how effective it is, and that there is like, it's either like a runaway mental gymnastics to not absorb it, or I guess you're just going to have to bend the knee after that.
Yeah, and actually one of the one guy, I had another conversation with him and with Alex. We met with him, actually both of them we met again. The other guy kind of left early the conversation. The Egyptian guy who knew Arabic and stuff stayed around, and I can't remember all the stuff we went through, but we didn't have time to go through all of it, right? So we went through some of it, but basically it was still like, how do you explain this, right? And he had no way of explaining it. He's just sort of, he had to appeal to scholars. Well, the scholars probably have answers. I don't have answers. The scholars probably have it. I said, the scholars will not stand for you on the day of judgment, right? You have to answer. So you can't trust that they're like, and I'm not saying that, maybe somebody has an answer, okay, like hypothetically. Obviously, with all you've seen, like there's no way there's an answer, okay? And that's actually the point, is that the more that you see it, the more obviously impossible it is, right? For there even to possibly be an answer. So, but that's kind of how I would leave it with somebody with, he came to a point where he wasn't really willing to go further, and he wasn't, so I think it's, you want to challenge them to follow like it's up to them. We want to bring them to a place of a choice, right? It has to be a real choice for them, but they have to be faced with issues for them to see like, okay, actually, we want them to basically see there is no good answer. And so either they're going to be honest and follow the truth and be willing to pursue the truth and follow God, which means out of Islam and with Christ, or they're not going to be willing to follow the truth, and they just follow, for whatever reason, whether it's their community, they're unwilling to pay the consequences, or their allegiance to Muhammad and the Quran is just they're unwilling, right? But it's an unwillingness not from being informed, like having evidence on their side. It's an unwillingness sheerly for the sake of, I don't want to, okay? And so as long as we can get them to that place where that's the only reason that they're still believing is because they don't want to give it up, or they're willing to follow the truth, okay?
I think it's important to remember, though, that no matter how they respond to something like this, it's probably a conversation they're not going to forget, and you can pray the Lord will use it. You might not see them respond the way you want right away.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, there's lots of people we've talked to, even like me, I haven't been doing it nearly as long as Alex. And, okay, I think of somebody, I laid it all out for him, and he decided he wasn't going to meet up anymore, but I don't know what's going to happen a year from now, 10 years from now. May not even be with me. Maybe we'll actually crack the Bible and I'll actually explore, right? So, but I've given him what he needs to see that this is, or like a giant, let's maybe go back to the iceberg analogy, like it's sunk, but he's just got to be willing to follow the implications. Yeah, exactly.
I saw cases like that on the streets. Some guys from a Dawa team approached me in different timing, and they kind of challenge me. Then they get swamped by the master key, at least some points, maybe not all. And as being trained, at least in a certain degree, to dealing with Christians, they were not ready to face the simple criticism of Torah and the Quran. And like I have some pictures, the facial reaction is, you can see them like they are stunned. And then we kind of separated and they walk away, and maybe a few weeks later I see them again, and they look at me differently. Some, like one guy, a young guy, he's like, first he came to me with arrogancy, and he said, so you're Christian, right? So where Jesus said, or whatever, read something from the Bible for me. And he was going to, what's his name, Ahmed Didat style. I studied that, I know, right? So, and have no problem to read it out for him. So he was, first I said, okay, let me ask you a question, because I go to my turfs, but he said no. And in order for me to maintain the conversation, I said, okay, fine, okay, I'll do whatever you say. So I did my chores, and he was satisfied, and then I went to my position. And he was like, wow. And then he called back the support, like, reinforcements. The guy came in, we chat for a while, and we separated. So probably months later, I was standing on the street, and the Dawah team came in and started taking tables and books coming out from their bags, and the guy was there. So he saw me, he stopped everything and rushed to me and said, I'm so sorry, I was so disrespectful for you the first time. I was like, Like, oh, don't worry, like, no problem. No, I'm so sorry. Well, thank you very much. It's nice talking to him. And run away, right? I went back to his team, and next time again I saw him, he rushed back to me and he repeated the same thing. He said, I'm so sorry, I was very disrespectful. I was like, don't worry, man, it's already... And as I talked to him, they're very friendly. He started telling me about his life, what he's studying in the university, and I was like, great. And then it was one Christian joined me on the street, and he's listening, and he said, oh, you're Muslim, yeah. So you giving the Qurans? Oh, yeah. May I ask you a question? He said, no, I'm just giving the Qurans. And he, thank you very much, and walk away. I was like, wow, that's interesting reaction. So no more guns blazing. Very timid, very nice. I really like guy. I want to see him again after a few years.
It's like taming the lion kind of thing, right?
And it happens few times. Not this is the most like obvious example, but I have few people who are more solid or rigid in the, but they look. I could see they look different than me before. There's no superiority complex anymore. Done. So, meaning that it scarred them forever.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So there's so many things I've learned over the days, and the information I have discovered, because I did not know this much about Islam and the pillars and everything. But my question is, what's the possibility of including this into Christian theologies, more like
education, you mean?
Yes,
curriculum.
Education, because it's quite important. Things that we have learned in a few days.
Amen, brother.
If missionaries can learn this, they would know how to approach the Muslim communities. That's one thing. And another thing is if you've ever experienced it, there is a Muslim giving their life to Christ, how then do you follow them through so they would understand the gospel?
Let me start with the second part. So I was kind of addressed, somebody raised a question yesterday, but maybe you were not here at the time. But yeah, so I mean, in general, that is the role of the church, right? So as a church, we disciple people. So, we can talk on a practical level, and we can talk all about discipleship, what that looks like, and it can look a lot of different ways. But essentially, our approach here is not to focus on that stage. We want to get them to that stage, so then the local church can disciple them, and they can follow different ways of doing that. Got a tickle in my throat. In terms of education, you want to hit that one? Yeah.
So you asked a question, and basically you put salt on my wound. Like it bothered me a lot, because that's when I finalized the method. It was September 11, 2011, then the first time I used on one Muslim girl. Since then, it hasn't been changed. So I'm doing it for over 12 years, right? Well, it will be 13 years now I'm using it. With hundreds and hundreds of Muslims. By this time when I met that girl and I saw unusual response, it never happened before, I thought, okay, maybe she was like special in a sense, like, so it was unusual. That's why it's unusual response. Then I met another guy or girl, I don't remember. Well, and it happens the same thing. And then another one, same thing, and another, same thing. And for me, it's like I understand I'm electrical engineer, so I'm very practical. And I know, like, if I say, for example, if you take this material and you apply for 5 minutes, like 110 volts, it could become a gold. So you could say, okay, well, how it's true? Well, just repeat it. You have the material, piece of iron, so to speak, and you do it, as I said. So if you do it and you get the gold in your lab, it means it's proven. So not what I say, but if you repeat after me what I say to you, you're going to have the result. So for me, it became like a result like this. So because it was many different people, and probably around after about 10 Muslims who get the same result for me in the event, so I thought I hit the gold mine. So at first I didn't believe it. So I was like, it's impossible. There is no golden, what do you call it, silver bullet. There's no silver bullet. There's not like that. It's impossible. What are you talking about? Well, I'm getting the same result, the best result I ever get. Then I decided to, well, I met one guy, and I don't want to give names, but nevertheless, it was, I think, November or December 2011, when I have spoken first time in a church setting to a group of evangelists, not just regular churchgoers, the people who witness the Muslim witness to anybody. And I present my case. And from that on, I was, for next about 4 years, almost every week, 2-3 seminars. But of course, there's one-day seminar, Master Key. That was I did. Like, it's 1.5 hours long, with all pictures, explanation, and everything. 4 or 5 years later, I thought I'll stop doing it because it's just, it doesn't work. Almost no Christian or the pastor or apologist or evangelist or even person like first time to learn Islam is buying it. They look at me like, okay, you finish your presentation, thank you very much, bye-bye. But I said, wait a minute, let's use it. I'm here to share with you, to give you the amazing weapon which could lead so many Muslims out of Islam and hopefully for Christ, right? And it didn't work. So until now, I reach out many ministries, no names given, or I talk to many apologists. None of them even, well, some of them said, oh, okay, it's great information, great methodology, keep using it. Well, I said, well, I don't have platform. I have no people, like I don't have audience like you have. You have hundreds of, maybe tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands audience. Tell it, spread it out. Let Christians use it. With the Muslims, let Muslims listen and be convinced. No, it's okay. Like, we do what God put in our hearts or minds, and you do, but God put it in your heart, great.
Yeah, they'll say, we're called to this, you're called to that. You do what you're calling.
And I was like,
really don't like it.
My goodness, like, did you see difference? No, they didn't. Or, that's what they told me. So I almost quit ministry about 4 years ago before I met him. Correct. So I was saying, like, you know what, I will pull all my videos from YouTube. I don't want it. Because I put only few. But honestly, if you look some old videos, you could see 10 views, 15 views, 20 years, like within a span of maybe 4 or 5 years. So there's no interest in that. So I thought, like, what's the point? So until now, I'm not sure why it's not going. I don't have a definitive answer. I have some guess, but it doesn't work. So
it doesn't work in the sense of getting Christians on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult. It has been difficult for you, but I think, look, we're hopeful. I'm trying to encourage Alex. It has completely, I would never do anything else. And I do that, like, I'm very critically minded. Like, I want to, anybody who knows me knows that. So I normally would, like, I'd see the value in other things, but this strategically is unique. There's nothing like it. So if you just learn it, work at it, it takes time, okay? So you're not going to be able to do it all right now. You have to keep trying it. So it took me a while, but what we've given you is more than I had, okay? It's more clearly explained, put together. We're always trying to improve and grow and refine things, the presentation. How do we explain it? We're even always researching more, okay? What I'd like, I think would be good for us time together. We have a half hour left, okay? We could go on, but I think it would be great is if you try some of it. So find somebody else in here, maybe one other person, or you can do groups of 4 or something, or you can maybe 2 of you can kind of help each other, and okay, and then the other side just basically is on the receiving end. Okay, they can kind of be on the Muslim side. Don't be like argumentative, just like try to practice walking through. You're obviously only going to walk through a little bit, right? But try to think, how will I bring it up? Okay, how do I transition into talking about it? And then start walking through the verses in Master Key Pillar 1. We call it MK1 for short, okay? How the Quran affirms the Torah. Just walk through some of those. Go in order in the handout. I starred and highlighted some of them in your handout. I think the highlighted ones were the ones I used that we walked through. The starred ones on pages 2 to 4, ones with stars next to them are pretty much ones that I would almost always use myself. Okay, so I don't use all of that stuff, but that's there for, it's available for you to use, and if you want to be more thorough, you can use more of it. But if you have, like, start with some from the different categories, try to think, how do I explain, how do I walk through the verse with them, okay? And if you're struggling with how to do that, you can pull Alex or me into it, and we can try to help you. And also, please, keep in touch with us. If we don't have your numbers, if you're not in our WhatsApp group, we want to add you into that, and we want to be in touch. It's up to you if you want to just leave and you want to engage this anymore. Okay, that's up to you. But if you're serious and you really want to, reach Muslims for Christ, stay in touch with us. We're here as an ongoing resource to help train you, because we want to see, my vision is to see at least one representative in every church, evangelical church, that masters this material and will train people in their church and use it in their church. And we are guys that will come alongside and coach them. Coach those leaders to train others. Okay? So we want to be, you guys can be all those guys if you and ladies. If you are so willing, we would be super thrilled about that. Okay? So it's not inconvenient for you to text us, call us, contact us. We want to be very available for that, because we want to see this a movement moving forward. Okay?
What's
Brian?
the WhatsApp group?
WhatsApp group. It's called CSA Islam. What's our WhatsApp?
Purpose.
The purpose is mainly for communication. Those people that want to be in our circle to be trained. So we do have a monthly meeting that we've been running out of my home in Mississauga, where we meet up and we go through more stories and we discuss it more, and so it's ongoing. What you learn here is a lot, but it's, you need it more than once, right? So it's also great this is being recorded. You can review it. We've got other things we've recorded you can review and listen to. We audio record all of our monthly training sessions, so you can go back through it. We started it December of 2022. Okay, so we've got a lot of sessions already. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so you kind of gave sort of a dismissal where people could leave. So I just wanted to first, before anybody leaves, just say thank you, Greg. And thank you, Alex, for being here to put on this presentation. If everyone could just give them a round of applause. And Alex, in particular, I want to thank you just for your transparency and just even sharing what you shared at the end. And just so I can be a source of encouragement to you, like even Chris being here, I think he just kind of came to serve and to help out with the coffee, but just being here and listening to this information has kind of sparked something even in him now, where he now wants to reach out to people back home and share some of these wonderful truths. So as a source of encouragement, again, I just want to say thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, thank you, because what happened is I had this weird idea of meeting so many Muslims, having 100% results successfully in my mind, so it's either they run away from me, they won't deal with me because I'm too contagious information. The conscientiously, they won't be able to withstand to be Muslim in my presence. I'm like a living conscience to them with information, not me, it's information I have, right? Or they will leave Islam and have a big chance for them to come to Christ. Because the most important methodology is, the reason why we're not criticizing Islam from non-biblical points. We're not using historical criticism, what do you call it, textual criticism of the Quran, or moral criticism, saying Muhammad did this, how come you follow that immoral prophet? Because yes, I can dismantle and I can bring Muslims out of Islam, but okay, they could become an atheist. So now I have to say, okay, come to Bible, to Christ. I said, why? And they could use the same knowledge they have on being Muslim against our Bible, saying, oh, your Bible is corrupt, or it's all fairy tales, I'd rather be an atheist. So for me, the most important, it happens, yeah. And I have, like first day I show a picture of website from Telegram channel run by Muslim Chechens, ex-Muslims. Most of them became pagan. Some of them became Christians, but I talked to them online and they said, well, I became a pagan. And look at Islam, it's so horrible. How this Arabic religion messed up our nation. They're very against Islam. That's what they said, oh come, we're going to teach about Islam, but we're using the same, like Muhammad is bad guys, therefore leave Islam. To go where? Not to the Bible, because it's simply you criticize using this methodology. Yeah, you dismantle Islam, but there is no way you can bring it to the gospel. Now, I want seamless process. So what I do now, I find out that the Torah actually does the work even better, because it's pushing away Islam out, or Quran out of his mind, and filling his mind with itself. So it's seamless process of removing wrong teaching and filling the house of his mind or his heart with the right teaching. So it's like Christ said, if you get rid of the demons from your house and clean up the house, and they find out later on the house is clean, they bring more settle. So the house should not be clean. So empty. It should be filled with the proper, well, I believe the Bible is Holy Spirit, and of course Bible must be, yeah. So.
Okay, and secondly, so here at WBC, we are active in going out into the community to share the gospel. And so that's why we had a huge interest in inviting you to share what you're sharing. And so we would love to invite both you guys to come on out on a Tuesday. Nancy, what do you think about that? That'd be great, right?
Yeah, actually, I was talking to Alex. I was asking when we could work together.
Yeah.
Because it will be really nice going out, and we were talking about the summer or during the spring. Yeah.
Terrific. Yeah. So we can see you physically do it in action and learn that way some more.
Well, and we do it together, right?
We'll do it together. Yeah.
That's why we're here. This is not about my ministry or Alex's ministry. This is about the kingdom. This is about
Amen.
Christ, right? And
Amen.
reaching people. That's why we're here.
Amen.
So we need to work together, and I think churches have not been working together enough. And you know what unites churches? The mission. Okay, let's be on the mission together. Then we'll focus on the things that matter most. Okay, and we can unite our hearts together. I wanted to share one more thing before and I wasn't saying leave, but you're right. At the end of our talking with one another, we don't need to give you a formal dismissal. You can head out when you're comfortable. But we want you to try it. Try some before you leave. And are we kicking them out at 3? Can they stay a little longer if they want?
You can stay longer.
Okay. Yeah, so you don't have to rush off at 3, but that's our formal endpoint. But I do want to say, I want to come back to Chris, because when you asked about discipleship, what do you do next step? Actually, then it just occurred to me, I know I need to share this too. This method is also the next step. They need to learn it. So if somebody leaves Islam and comes to Christ, yes, they need general discipleship, they need support, they need love of Christian community, and actually all the more, because they've lost their community, probably lost their family, at least for a time, all that stuff. But the real difficulty is when a Muslim comes to Christ, how do they talk to other people in their family, their friends, and all of that? So actually, Alex shared about an example with me at some point. A Russian guy came to faith and through online ministry that he's doing in Russia or Ukraine or something, right? In Russia?
Well, actually, he's kind of abroad.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he's in Middle East. Okay, so he's Middle East, and his whole family is Muslim. So what does he do now? Learn the method. You learn this method, then now you're equipped to share it with others around you, so that when you want to talk about, okay, no, I don't believe this anymore, this is why. You just give them the same stuff. And then they will be faced with, they don't have answers to it either. Maybe they actually want to follow with you or leave you be, right? Help them to understand the process, right? And we can help train them to do it in a way that is respectful. Like this is the real difficulty is whenever anybody comes to Christ, not even just like ex-Muslims, like I know myself, I came to faith in grade 11 and trying to talk to, my New Age mom or, anyway, I was stupid. Like I would get angry and we would argue and it would get heated and we don't know how to defend. We get defensive when we don't know how to intellectually defend. We don't have answers. So if we equip them with the answers, with the knowledge, then they can also learn with it the skills of how to communicate it. And then it doesn't become like we don't have heated conversations with Muslims because this is just a natural, how do you explain it, okay? So I would say that is actually essential to the discipleship process, and I would put it right there at the beginning because they need to become equipped to be able to share with their family and stuff. I want us to, you wanted to say?
I just want to say something because we prepared a lot of stuff, but time is too short. Even with so much time, you think it's crazy. Like 6 hours. Well, no, it's 12 hours total. Yeah. We're not there, we plan more, probably half. We went through the half stuff only. So I want to show you that's screenshots from website of the Chechen ex-Muslims. You could see there attacking Islam, left, right, center, but they're promoting pagan gods. And you can see the pictures of that. It's literally bothered me. Why ex-Muslim will go to the paganism instead of coming to Christ, which is obvious for me. Now, Greg said one thing what's very interesting to me. He said it's good only for not only Muslim to share with him, of course, right? But also to ex-Muslims. And why? Because they're not going to come back. Because some ex-Muslims became Christian, and then you see them reverting back to Islam. You know this guy? Anybody? C.L. Edwards. He was with.
You can see Jesus or Muhammad at the bottom of the screen.
So he's with Sam Shamoun, been many times on the show. David Wood, even with me on the show. I didn't realize, and I was told he went back to Islam after years of being apologist. Listen his clip, what he said.
Peace be unto you. This is C.L. Edwards. As a right-wing Christian apologist, I felt everyone else was lost, but I was in darkness. But knowledge is light, and when you know better, you're supposed to do better.
He was heavily involved in apologetics, he was involved in ministry, he gave sermons, and now, subhanAllah, he is back as a Muslim.
So I created this podcast to fight against the misinformation, the ignorance, and the hate. So subscribe, like, and share, because we got a lot to talk about.
When I hear that, I'm you have no idea. He never heard me talking about Master Key or anything. He has no idea about what we have, the teaching, right? So, and he's just coming back as it's the truth. No, it's not. So whatever we share information is antidote for any ex-Muslim who leave Islam, Christ, and just the beginning, the journey, to have it, to go through the stages, many sessions like that. there is no way he will revert back to Islam. Absolutely, unless he is dishonest. For sure, right? I talked to a Muslim online, the Russian-speaking guy from Azerbaijan, actually. And in the beginning, he was very, like, not aggressive, but over, how to say, not too proud, but it's, he was like more, what do you call it, like he has 100% sure of he's on the right path. Well, confident, overconfident. Nice guy. But when I hear Russians, in the Russian language, Christians and Muslims talking each other, it's always end up in a fight. Nobody can miss anybody. So I started introducing this methodology. And he started getting lower, slower, and at the end, once I went in to the chat, and the lady who ran the chat, she said, "Oh, Uthman is here, and Alex here. Like, Uthman, you have a question? You want to talk with Alex?" He said, "Oh, no. He's too serious opponent for me to talk to. No, I bail out." In front of everybody. I have a recording in Russian. I was like, really? And then I asked him, okay, so you kind of, you up front, nice guy, so you're Muslim, fine. You're still Muslim, but what do you think, in your estimate, what percentage of Muslims will leave Islam for Christ, presumably, or leave Islam, if they will hear my methodology? Because I have this like idea of about 10 to 20% based on my interaction on the streets. He said 35% easily. Or like, what? He said, yeah, 35% will leave Islam. So 35% out of 2 billion Muslims, 500 million. Well, I think it's a good number. So mind is like, I start this, the methodology was kind of, composed and, fixed by 2011. It's before ISIS, before everything. So when I hear the news, like I always think like, why we wait, like 12 years wasted time, or 13 years, nobody knows about it. How many Muslims will, even if they stay in Islam, they will be tamed and quiet. No more blow themselves for Allah cause, because they will know 100% then Allah is no God. There's no virgin waiting for them in heaven, because they will be in hell for sure, 100%. There's no doubts about it. If you choose to go to hell for the sake of this life, you will feel comfortable to be around your parents, your relatives, and your friends. Fine, you know that. And that's how you say, okay, I clearly choose to live a Muslim life without lying to myself.
It's like I'm asking too many questions. But for clarity's sake, do you have these methodologies like on your channel, or do you have books?
Books, yeah, the books on the table over there, you can purchase them, and we have other resources you can get. Yeah, so just talk to us after about that, yeah.
Please, because it's quite important.
Let me just close with this, a couple verses from the Quran, and then please split off and talk about the verses starting at the beginning of the Master Key, okay? So you can note this down. This is actually something I often bring up in conversation with Muslims. And actually, I'm piggybacking on what Alex said. You might maybe bristle a little bit when you hear hellfire and stuff like that, because us evangelicals usually don't be so strong in our language. But listen to the Quran. So Surah 39 verses 32 to 33. Who then does more wrong than those who lie about God and reject the truth after it has reached them? Is hell not a fitting home for the disbelievers? And the one who has brought the truth and those who embrace it, it is they who are the righteous. Amen. I agree. But the truth is not this. The truth is the true word of God, which is the Bible. So when they see it and then reject it, yes, what Alex says and what the Quran says, hell is the fitting destiny. Okay? So we need to help them, challenge them. Look, even the Quran says it. I agree. The same principle. You reject God's revelation that He offers you salvation. You're going to reject it? Look at the price that Christ paid. And we reject it? Absolutely. Okay, let's be real. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Please split off and have some conversation. If you want to include us at any point, please do. Thank you.
Surah 39, verses 32 to 33.